Daly City Council meeting this evening on Monday, October 25, 2021. Let's all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and
and
to
to
the
the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, may we have roll call, please?
Mr. Buenaventura,
Yes, I'm present, Mayor. I'm not able to, my Wi-Fi is down and it hasn't been restored, so I'm not able to go on camera, so I'll be participating entirely by phone.
Okay, thank you for that update, Councilmember Buenaventura.
Thank you.
Dr. Rod,
Here.
Ms. DiGiovanni,
present.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, present.
Ms. Manalo.
Present. Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. And now let's move on to our presentations. Our first presentation this evening is proclaiming October 20th, 2021 as National Chicken and Waffles Day. And we have none other than Keith Richardson, from Keith's Chicken and Waffles. Whereas October 20th, 2021 is National Chicken and Waffles Day across the country. And whereas savory and sweet collide for this soulful celebration of flavor, imagine a world where ingredients of every spice and spirit find their way into honeycombs of thick and crispy waffles. And whereas from Los Angeles to New York City, this quintessential meal of the rural South made a slow migration to the urban communities to the north and the west, as well as in Daly City. And whereas chicken and waffles have been around for more than 150 years, while no one knows who put chicken and waffles on the same plate together, we do know the meal was a staple of both African-American cooks and the Pennsylvania Dutch. Part breakfast, part supper, everyone enjoyed chicken and waffles any time of the day. And whereas the meal serves up a hearty combination, our only limit is our imaginations. Not only does Chicken and Waffles Day bring together two food groups, but it also unites others. For example, friends and families, communities and organizations, and multiple generations. And whereas Roscoe's House of Chicken and Waffles in Southern California founded National Chicken and Waffles Day in 2021, the registrar at National Day calendar proclaimed the first National Chicken and Waffle Day to be observed on October 20th, 2021, and annually thereafter. Now, therefore, I, Justin Manalo, mayor and members of the City Council, hereby proclaim October 20th, 2021 as National Chicken and Waffles Day in the city of Daly City and recognize Keith's Chicken and Waffles on this special occasion. We encourage the Daly City community observe and celebrate this delightful occasion by enjoying their favorite version of chicken and waffles. We have Mr. Keith Richardson here. Maybe he's still not logged on. Okay, I see a hand raised. Councilmember Buenaventura.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's too bad that Keith is not on the call, but I wanted to actually say that, one of my favorite breakfast items. Yeah. One of my favorite meal is actually breakfast. And I've been to a lot of chicken and waffle places. I've been to that Roscoe's. I've been to Brown Sugar Kitchen, because I've been on a sort of a trek to find out and figure out what the best is. And I truly say that Keith's is outstanding and I think is the best. And I'm really glad he has a shop here in Daly City for that. So I think it does really well in our city. I love the food. I recommend not just the chicken and waffles, but the candied yams, because I think it's just outstanding. So Keith, if you're listening, and to the people of Daly City and the community, you're missing out if you don't try it, and you'll be addicted just like me. So I think this is a really good thing to do for his restaurant and for recognizing Daly City. And I think his restaurant has put us on the map. So thank you, Mayor, for doing this.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonaventura. I see Councilmember DiGiovanni's hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say quickly, Keith, you'll probably be seeing this if you're not online yet, that it's also, what makes it delicious is the people behind it as well. Not just the food, but the love that's put in it. And Keith's family, who I've known for many, many, many years, really puts a lot of love and heart into everything they do. So again, supporting our local businesses, our local family businesses, it's important. Looking forward to seeing this on the wall in your new location in Daly City, and happy to support, and just a few calories, but it's worth it. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good luck, Keith.
Thank you. I have Vice Mayor Das Magwal.
I would defer to Mr. Richardson. I think he just logged on.
Oh, perfect timing. Keith, Mr. Richardson, you have the floor.
Well, hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, how you guys doing?
Wonderful, thank you.
Good. Sorry I'm late logging on. I had to get a little something to eat. It's an honor to accept the proclamation from you guys. We were just, Jocelyn, we talked about the business a little bit last time, and it's you guys that keeps it going and keeps us going and keeps smiles on our faces. And we love serving the Daly City community. It's a very unique community, very diverse. I wouldn't have it any other place but that to start off with. A lot of people want us to come to San Francisco, but I love Daly City. I used to live here many years ago. So I have a strong community presence and knowing a lot of other business owners as well. So I will just thank you guys for everything. The City of Daly City employees have been a great support system for us. We see them on a weekly basis. So we really appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you as a small business in our community, and celebrate Chicken and Waffles Day officially with you. And I know that, yeah, we are so grateful that you are here in our city, and so honored that I see you now.
Yeah, I had just got home. You know, I live far, so
Yeah,
I had just got home. So sorry about that.
no worries, totally understand. I'm glad you got home safely, and we got to see you on camera. But thank you so much. I know Vice Mayor Das Magwal has his hand up, and I will let the floor over to him. Yeah. But great to see you, Keith.
Same here.
Well, congratulations again, Mr. Richardson. I think when we talk about chicken waffles, we talk about how this food is about resilience. And I want to quote a good friend of mine that did his thesis on food, and he said that food, especially cultural food, is more than just a bite. It's a history of resilience, a history of resistance. It's also about how survival food. how survival food became something that emerged out of slavery, and it still continues till today, and people enjoy it. And we do wonders with ingredients and food and what's accessible to us. So thank you again, Mr. Richardson, and for the service that you provide for City Daly City.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. Any other hands up? Does Council Member Sylvester want to say any words?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I didn't put my hand up because it goes without saying, the accolades is many. And Daly City is so fortunate to have Keith's Chicken and Waffles. I just hope that
recording in progress.
I just
recording
hope that
stopped.
I hope that we will continue. And Mr. Richardson, by his own words, said that San Francisco is calling out to him, but he has a place in his heart for Daly City. When I walked into the store last week, your brother, and the first time he reached out to me, and I don't turn down a meal. And he said, he said to me, "You want something to eat?" And as much as I wanted to say yes, I said, no, let's keep it, let's keep it real. So your hospitality, no one can say that it isn't there. And sometimes I hate to stop by because I have to double park and I don't want to break the law. So we got to work on that for you. So keep up the great work, Mr. Richardson. Again, we are so happy to have you, and continued success in the future. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Council Member Di Giovanni.
Yes, hi Keith. I know that I made a comment earlier when you weren't on, so you have to see that again. Mine was more about the heart and love. I know your family go way back and you're rooted here, and it's proven through your food. So we know how that love transcends, and your love always transcends throughout generations, and that heartbeat goes on. So love you, love your family, and blessed that you're in our community. Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Proud to be a part of the community.
Thank you so much, Keith, and best wishes on your expansion. I know you have an expansion that's happening, but with everything else, we wish you all the best. And we definitely know in our community where to grab some good chicken and waffles. And so if anyone's watching out there and you haven't tried, please do so. You're missing out.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So I'll probably stop over and hand over the proclamation one of these days at your store.
Okay,
and I'll make sure to grab some chicken.
All right. Remember our new hours and days, Thursday through Sunday.
Oh, perfect. So everyone, Thursday through Sunday.
Correct.
What are the hours though?
Well, Thursday through Saturday is 11 to 7 p.m. and Sunday is 10 to 4. So we're closed Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But I mean, we're open for catering on those days, but it's all good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll see you. Now we are moving on to item number 2, Reimagine Samtrans project, the proposed additions to Daly City fixed bus routes. We have Ms. Jessica Epstein and Mr. Jonathan Sticchetti from Samtrans.
Hi, thank you, Jessica Epstein. Jonathan and I have actually been on the side discussing how quickly we can get to chicken and waffles, because I was looking at the photos. That looks amazing. So thank you for that. We just have a brief presentation. We're going to go over the route changes today. I'll be taking some notes in the background. I'm with the Government and Community Affairs team, but I want to do a plug right now for anyone listening that the official comments are through reimaginesamtrans.com, our website. That's reimaginesamtrans.com. You can also email reimagine@samtrans.com. You can also call the customer service number. We have over 200 languages, and our reps are trained to take comments at 1-800-660-4287. is on the bottom of the slide. So I'm going to turn this over to Jonathan, but again, we really hope to hear your comments, both tonight in conversation, but officially through our website, email, or phone. And with that, Jonathan, turning it over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jessica. Thank you so much, Council, to have us here this evening to talk about Reimagine. We will go through a quick project background and timeline, a quick refresh on our phase 2 information, including the 3 alternatives that were presented to the public. And then we'll go into the recommended network that we've developed out of that input, and then specifically changes proposed for Daly City. And then looking ahead, the outreach that Justin was talking about, how people can get their voice heard and get involved. And then, of course, we'll be available for questions and discussion. So going to the timeline, we're here in phase 3. We completed phase 2 in the spring and summer. And now what we've done is that we took out 3 alternatives that folks could comment on and really give us an opinion on what they want to see the system look like. And then now we are presenting a preferred network, we're calling it, which is a single option that we are proposing and receiving feedback on, that eventually will go to the board in the winter, February meeting of our board of directors, be adopted, and will begin implementation in the summer of 2022. So going into a quick refresh, first I want to touch on the outreach that we did during phase 2. We had public meetings, virtual public meetings, 4 of them in multiple languages, community pop-up events, presentations to stakeholders and city staff and elected officials like yourself. We had meetings with our advisory group, our bus operators, and we worked with 4 community organizations or CBOs, including one in Daly City. So a reminder of what the alternatives were that people got to look at and think about and comment on during phase 2. Alternative 1 really focused on high frequency access, having the bus come really often within the county. Alternative 2 really focused and put ahead connections to rail in the region and other transit providers. And alternative 3 was really about having the bus go a lot of places in the county. And so when we look at how folks felt about the 3 alternatives when they took the survey, having those connections to other areas in the region was really important, followed very closely by having the bus come often. And third, having the coverage across the entire county. Specifically in Daly City, we heard that the Route 292, really important to keep it the way that it is. Folks would like to see later service in the day, and weekend service is really important and something that can be improved. So now I'll go into creating the new network and how we went about that. So the first is that we looked at a lot of different things in order to develop this network. Of course, the backbone of it was that community engagement and really listening to the riders and the operators about how they felt the system should look. But we also looked at data, including ridership and productivity. We did an equity needs analysis for the county, looked at market research, and really tried to figure out, although it's a challenging time that we know is changing, but travel patterns and places that people need to go in the county. And we came up with 3 goals of the recommended network. First, equity, prioritizing buses in high need communities. And in order to do that, looking for resources that underutilized or duplicative routes in the system. Efficiency, really looking at the routes and making the travel time along them as fast as possible with reliable service, direct and consolidated routes. And connections, looking to provide all-day service and expand that to more service, to more job centers and transit hubs. And so now I'll go into the specifics that really affect us here in Daly City. The Route 292, we heard from lots of people to keep it similar to what it is today, and that's what's recommended. We do have a couple enhancements to the service, adding the Millbrae station, transit station onto the route. And then in the in San Francisco, having the stops limited just a little bit to follow actually our Foster City Express that's been really popular. And this will allow us to move a little bit faster and reduce that travel time for folks as they go into the city of San Francisco. And then our frequency and hours of service remain the same for this route. Going on to the 110 and 118. So these routes start in Lindemar in Pacifica and come up to Daly City BART, traveling kind of along the coast. We are looking at the 110 to increase the frequency on the weekends. So right now it's hourly service Saturday and Sunday. We propose to move to every half hour during the morning and midday. And then Route 18, which is really in a kind of an express version of the 110 to get folks along that corridor up to Daly City BART. That would be operating weekdays. Right now it's every 45 minutes in the AM and hour in the evening. We'd be moving that to every 30 minutes in the AM peak and 30 minutes in the PM peak. The Route 121, which is one of our core routes, will be, we're proposing to shorten the route so that on the northern end, it ends at Daly City BART and no longer continues, although I'll point out in a couple slides that we still have that service covered by another route. And then we would be looking to extend the route in South San Francisco to go over to Grand and Linden, near to, but not quite at the South San Francisco Caltrain station. But here we would be looking to increase frequency on the weekends. So Saturday and Sunday, again, would get a bus every 30 minutes compared to now every hour. And we would be expanding the hours of service to go later into the evening on Saturday and Sunday. So that Route 120, I was talking about that area that we proposed to shorten on the northern end of the 121. The Route 120 would be the route that picks that up, and it would be an extension up to Mission Hills Park from Daly City BART. And here we would be improving the frequency of service. So on the evening, it would go to every 15 to 30 minutes on Saturday and Sunday. And then the Route 122, which again is a route that is definitely runs through and serves a lot of Daly City. We have no recommendations to alter that route and continue as it is. We are also proposing a new route, the Route 124, that would start in Daly City BART, and it would go down to Serramonte and then out to Skyline College. We're proposing that this operate on weekdays from 6:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. at night and run every 30 minutes and really serve as a direct connector for Daly City BART down into the Serramonte area and into Skyline College for students. The Route 130.
Can I ask a quick question?
Of course you can.
So you said it's now every 30 minutes. How often was it before?
For the Route 120?
Yes.
So the Route 120 on Saturday and Sunday evenings used to be every 45 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, of course. And feel free to stop me at any time to ask questions. No problem at all. And actually appreciate it because we can go to the slide. Going on to the 130. The 130, we're proposing to shorten it on the northern end to end at Daly City BART. You'll see a theme there of buses really ending at Daly City BART with that 120 taking over that corridor that would be removed from this route. But then the 130 would be extended to go all the way to Oyster Point. And it would serve as a connection to the Caltrain station over in South San Francisco and BART stations along in Daly City and South San Francisco. And we'd be looking to expand service or increase service, to run every 15 minutes on Saturdays and Sundays, morning and afternoon. And then the hours of operation, we'd be increasing again on the weekends to 10 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday, and then also increasing 1 hour earlier on Sundays to 6 a.m. versus 7 a.m. And the route ECR, which is our longest route, runs through the entire county. There was several thoughts or alternatives. What we have come up with is to stay pretty much the same as it is today. There is that little loop at Daly City BART that we would be proposing to remove. The 120 would take that service area. And so the route would pretty much stay the same, but the frequency would change. On the weekends, they'd go from every 20 minutes to every 15 minutes during the morning and afternoon, and then go to 30 minutes in the evening. But that would be a large increase in frequency along this route on the weekends. So just very quickly, in summary of service changes, the 292 going to Millbrae Station is a big one. The 121 is really going to be extended further, so hopefully more direct rides for folks coming from Daly City down into South San Francisco. The 130 extension to Oyster Point, that new route 124 going to Skyline College, increased frequency on the 110 and 118. And we do have some service reallocation, the route 130 being shortened to end of Daly.
Sorry, I have two of my colleagues' hands that are up, and
oh, sure.
I don't know if it's in regards to kind of the slide at the moment. So Council Member DiGiovanni, then Council Member Sylvester.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. I have a quick question since we went through all the routes currently of the changes. What is in place for Southern Hills area and also our Bayshore area and Skyline itself, as far as the bus routes? Were they cut, or what is the status of that? Would you mind answering that? Or do we have any slides? Or
yeah, so any routes that I didn't touch on in the presentation would be recommended to stay the same.
Okay.
If that helps. So I'm trying to think along, was there a specific route along the Skyline corridor that you were thinking of?
Yeah, because you know how it goes, like the John Daly, and then it goes up the Skyline out that way, where the Skyline Road is. You're the one, you live in Daly City, right?
I do.
I know, I remember that. So you know our territory over here. So I was worried about that. And then up in Southern Hills by the Panorama School and how we get people to the BART.
Gotcha. So I believe that all stays. I think that's the Route 120 that we would be talking about, going down John Daly and then over to, Skyline. That route is staying. It's just extending. So originally it would end at Daly City BART. It's extending up to the Mission Hill and Pope in order to pick up that route from the 121, that area.
Because a lot of people had trouble getting their children. I don't know. I know you've gotten several calls from some of our residents with the children trying to get to Pacifica, to their schools. They're still in the high school district, but they were trying to get to Oceana and Terra Nova.
Oh, yeah. So that was actually a proposal that from phase 2, that was the route 16 and 49 proposed to be consolidated. And actually in talking to the schools, we consolidated that a year early. And so now there's a route 49 that goes through from Brisbane through Daly City and then down to Pacifica, and got some really positive feedback from the principal at Terra Nova about it. And it has really good ridership right now, and it seems to be running really well.
That's great. And then also for our Bayshore area, down Geneva.
So that was the 292, and what we heard from folks there is that really just keep it the same.
Okay.
And so that's what we recommended in the network.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for all your hard work. And then I think that this seems like you listened to, there was a lot of great feedback. I think the community was really engaged, which is great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you all for your presentation.
Councilmember Sylvester?
Thank you, Mayor. I basically was preparing, and by raising my hand, I was going to wait till the end of the presentation. But I think based upon the questions proposed by Councilmember DiGiovanni, I guess we were thinking on the same wavelengths. So first of all, again, thank you for the presentation, Mr. Stakiti and Ms. Epstein. I wanted to make a few recommendations or just some thoughts. First of all, I appreciate the community outreach. I appreciate you reaching out to the schools. That is outstanding. I was looking at Route 110 on the coast, and I'm only bringing this up because I like to see that our folks in the Bay Shore are taken care of. What I'm looking for is east-west transportation. So I'm just wondering if that 110 could have been extended to the Bay Shore. Now, that's just a thought. The other is Route 121, which goes in South San Francisco. I'm just saying, why cut it off at the BART station, but make it a circular route to come back, like say down Geneva, but you said 292 handles that, but come down Geneva to make a full and complete circle to South City. That's just a thought. And then 121, along with Councilmember DiGiovanni, Route 120, which handles the Panorama School. I just want to are taken care of, and I think you answered that with route number 49. and then I'm looking at route 124, which goes to the college. And again, you see that there? Thank you for bringing it up. It's primarily north and south, and I'm trying to get folks either east or west to Skyline or down to the Bay Shore. So just a thought, that looks like a long route as it is. And lastly, Route 130, Oyster Point to the BART station. Why not a continuous circle to come all the way back around to South San Francisco? And I think you will handle the east-west aspect in the northern part of Daly City. So it's just a thought. And hopefully we can refine these routes, but until I find out more, especially on Route 49 and 292, which I think will handle that. Other than that, I would say excellent job. And one other recommendation, Daly City is going through quite a bit of future developments, such as housing. And have we thought about the future? Well, what's being built in Daly City or what's coming to Daly City? And will a bus route there tend to serve these folks as well? Say, for instance, like in the area of Serramonte. And Serramonte development is on the working plate now, and just to keep it in mind. So thank you
Hey, Jonathan, I'd like to
again. And those are just.
Go ahead, Ms. Epstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jonathan, I just want to jump in with a quick comment. So what we do with future development is a major question for us all the time, especially Oyster Point. Daly City has a ton of new housing coming in all over the county. So really think of this as a near-term project. We are constantly reevaluating, constantly reassessing. We'll probably do another entire one of these overhauls in about 10 years. But in the meantime, we are absorbing information, and that will impact the routes as we progress. So what's critical for us is really the relationships we have with the city staff to really know what the future is, what's coming down the pipeline, so we can also do that long-term planning. We can't send a bus to a construction site for a couple of years. We have to wait till there's actually housing and people there, but it is very, very high in our mind to keep that as something very important for us moving forward. So we always want that information about future development. All right, Jonathan, I think you have a couple more slides. I'll hand it back to you.
Just a few, and I will say, Councilmember Sylvester, we are aware of the Serramonte development and are all over that, working already with the developers over there. So it's good. And as Jessica said, we move much quicker than rail. So our planning comes a little bit later in implementation, but we do keep our ear to the ground, so to say. All right, so just finishing up here, talking about our phase 3 outreach. So we are running the outreach from October 7th to November 8th. All the information, including detailed maps, descriptions of what I talked about, and the entire county is at reimaginesamtrans.com. There, as Jessica said, is where you can leave comments. Additionally, if speaking your comments is more to your style than entering them on a website, our customer service team can take those down. And again, as Jessica said, they speak multiple languages and or can get translators, I think, for over 200 languages. So we should have it covered. And then talk about virtual public meetings. So we are wrapping those up. We did have one for North County on the 19th. It went really well. And those are recorded and on reimaginesamtrans.com as well, if folks are interested. We're wrapping those up this week with the co-side meeting. And then talking about implementation and how this is going to look as we do get that preferred network adopted and how we're going to implement. We're going to start in the August of 2022, but we're not going to end there. It'll be a phased in approach, making sure that any reallocations that we do are complementary. So like I talked about the 120 and 121, kind of shifting around some areas. Those will all happen together, so there's no loss of service. We are proposing in this a preferred network to increase the system by 10%. And that expansion will really look at starting in January of 2023 with a really close look at our workforce. So right now we are incredibly short on operators. We're working to solve that. If anybody wants to be a bus operator, I encourage it. I was one before, and you can definitely apply with us. There's my shameless plug. But we're really looking for those operators, and we'll only move forward with that expansion when we have enough workforce available, because what we don't want to do is put service out there that then results in canceled trips and degrades our reliability. So it will start in January 2023 expanding, contingent on us getting that workforce. And thank you very much for hanging with me for the presentation. And of course, any more questions, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stekadicki and Ms. Epstein for your presentation and the work that Samtrans has done in order to ensure that, we enhance, bus routes, et cetera, for our community. I see 2 hands up, Councilmember Bonaventura and then Councilmember Sylvester.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you for the presentation. My questions are focused more on the public safety issues of Samtrans, and I'm referring specifically to the public safety issues on the bus as well as at the bus stops. So I'm wondering if there have been any recommendations as to how to improve upon those 2 areas. And with respect to the bus itself and the moving bus and the occupants, I'm wondering, is there a policy about, the use of video cameras, live streaming, if you will, and monitoring what happens in the bus? And because I often wonder, I'm sure that the bus driver is focused on operating the bus and getting to the destination, but may not necessarily be focused on what's happening with the passengers. And I know that there's a barrier and that protects the bus driver from the rest of the passengers. So I'm wondering, is there a policy that, or is there a camera system implemented in all the buses that watches what happens, perhaps alerts the driver if something happens, and whether or not, if something does happen, does that automatically ground the bus? And then my other question on that is, what is the policing authority does Samtrans have their own police protection, or do you go to the local jurisdiction wherever you are? And then my question about the safety when it comes to the bus stops, I'm wondering if there have been any improvements or discussions on improving the safety, and that could go from studying the high crime incidents at certain bus stops, the lighting at these locations, and if there's a need for sort of kind of like an emergency button or form of communication to alert. So if someone is in distress, they can get some immediate help. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Good. I can answer some of those, and some we'll have to get back to you on. But there are cameras on board the vehicles. They are not live monitored, but they do record. And if there is an incident, they are reviewed or can be used by law enforcement to see what happened on the bus. You are correct. The operator, we want to make sure that they're focused on operating the bus safely, but they also have that customer service aspect. They have supervisors that they can reach out to at any time for incidents that happen on the bus. We do have our own law enforcement that we contract through the sheriff's office. So we do have transit PD, but I know that we do also collaborate and really work with the local police departments in the different municipalities that we serve. I know that both law enforcement agencies can respond to incidents. As far as the improvements of bus stops, we are currently doing another study, a bus stop improvement study at the agency. And so that will be continue to work on amenities as well as safety. So that will be a separate study from Reimagine, but it's in the works. And hopefully I got most of your questions. If I missed one, I apologize. I'm happy to hear it again and try to answer it.
You got it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. No problem.
Thank you. Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking at the word reimagine, and I know that this is not going to be the last presentation that we as council will hear. I'm sure that there are so many moving parts, and to implement something new is going to cost. And hopefully, I'm hoping to hear later on in the future as to what Samtrans is doing to reduce the carbon footprint, like electrification. and no need to answer now, but I would be interested in learning. I know as a Proterra located in one of our cities within San Mateo County, produces electric buses, and hopefully Samtrans can move to sustainability in that regard and reducing the carbon footprint. So I'll be looking forward later on to hear any updates and what Samtrans is doing. Thank you.
I can also give the second answer to that is we are electrifying our fleet. Our goal is 2036. There's a mandate of 2040. We are currently purchasing electric buses to test them and pilot them, including we have and we've got some, I believe, Gilligs on the way. So we are all in on a zero emissions fleet. It's just going to take a little while, and it will cost quite a lot of money.
And Jessica, yep, Proterras, and then we actually have new flyers on the way, just in case anybody had their favorite bus brand,
yes. New flyers, not Gilligs.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. I do remember the electrifying the buses when I used to sit on the Samtrans Citizen Advisory Committee many moons ago, and that was something, a project that was always forthcoming. So that's great to hear. Councilmember Di Giovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick question. I don't know if it'll be in your line or you can send me somewhere. I have people ask me, it's difficult for, the Clipper cards, the ones that really use the buses to get to work and they don't have a car, and why they have to go to San Carlos to get one. It's very difficult. Is there any movement to try to make that more amenable for people, more accessible for community members, rather than to travel and have to go all the way down, fill out a card, or the disabled down in San Carlos or Oakland or what have you? Is there any movement to make it better, easier?
So, yeah, I was just going to say that there are some cards that you have to go to an office in order to get. I will say we have a fair integration study for the entire region that's going on right now to really look at fare structure and how it's paid, and how to streamline that across the entire region. So I think that initiative will address some of those items. And then of course we can send you more information on the Clipper is, and those regional transit cards are handled by MTC. So we don't have full control over it, but we could definitely get you in touch with our rep and any questions you have or how to make it easier. I agree with you. Easy is the way to go. So hopefully we'll have some good news here in the upcoming.
Thank you, Jonathan, because that's an equitable, obviously falls under the equitable issue because people have a day off. I mean, some people are working 2 or 3 jobs, I know, and they can't take the time. This gentleman that I know is taking care of his mother as well, and to take the time off to try to get down to San Carlos, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, we can talk about that offline.
Many people, I was going to say, many people use the Clipper app to avoid deal with the actual physical cards.
Yeah, to have to go and renew it, it's just very difficult. Thank you both. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I see no other hands up from my colleagues. I want to thank you both again, Jessica and Jonathan, and your Samtrans team on getting us informed in the continuous iteration to ensure that there is access in our communities in regards to the bus lines. So I'm sure we will continue to see you and your team as things progress. And thank you for the opportunity to hear what is happening to date.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are moving on to item number 3. Item number 3 is proclaiming October 2021 as Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. Proclamation for October 2021 on Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Whereas the City of Daly City recognizes and participates in public awareness to support National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And whereas Domestic Violence Awareness Month provides an excellent opportunity for citizens to learn more about preventing domestic violence and to show support for the organizations and individuals who provide critical advocacy, services, and assistance to victims. And whereas on average, 24 people per minute are victims of rape, physical violence, or stalking by an intimate partner in the United States, which totals 12 million women and men over the course of a year. And whereas the problem of domestic violence is not confined to any group or groups of people, but crosses all economic, racial, gender, educational, religious, and societal barriers and are sustained by societal indifference. And whereas the crimes of domestic violence violate an individual's privacy, dignity, security, and humanity due to the systemic use of physical, emotional, sexual, psychological, and economic control and/or abuse. And whereas oftentimes the victims of domestic violence are children who can have lifelong repercussions from the emotional or physical trauma of being exposed to domestic violence. And whereas domestic violence survivors and their advocates have rallied to the cause of victim justice. Now, therefore, I, Jocelyn C. Manalo, Mayor and members of the City Council, hereby proclaim October 2021 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the city of Daly City, and encourage the Daly City community to stand together against domestic violence, to offer support and understanding to survivors, and to participate in domestic violence awareness activities. Today, we have Bettina Yap from Alice Comares Compares, who will be receiving the proclamation. Alice has done tremendous work in in prevention, domestic violence prevention, and really around healthy relationships. And it was very fitting for Alice to receive this proclamation for all the work you do here in Daly City and San Mateo County.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Mayor, and good evening to everyone. So on behalf of the Alice Comares and Compares and our founder, Cherie Carol Moreno, and our 2021 President, Nan Santiago, I am honored to accept this proclamation. You know, our work in promoting healthy relationships by educating the community about the dynamics of family and domestic or intimate partner violence. It would not be possible without the support of our many allies. So to them, I want to offer my heartfelt appreciation. This proclamation, it sends an important message to survivors of abuse, that they are members of the community. We all rally around each other, and they belong. I mean, we all work as one. So we all want to let them know, our survivors, that they are not alone and that help is always available. And then finally, to everyone here on the call, to the city of Daly City, to the council members, to Madam Mayor and the staff, thank you so much for caring. And you know, this proclamation means a lot to us. So maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, Bettina, Ms. Yap, for all that you do and your organization and all the partnerships that you've built over the years to really ensure that there is a place for people to call, a place where people feel safe, and a place for folks to have the courage to step up and reach out. So thank you so much. I see my colleagues that want to say something. I have Council Member Buenaventura.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to express my gratitude to the members of the Compares, the Alice group, the organization, and Bettina, and especially to really the founder, Cherie Carol Moreno. Mm-hmm. Each year they do this event that is very well organized, very well prepared, and it's so impactful and meaningful to the community. They bring forth domestic violence survivors who have the courage to tell their stories about what they've been going through, what it's been like to be a survivor. And it's because organizations like them that they've been able to really have had an impact on this issue. And it's really amazing to see how the community responds. And in particular, I love the part, they do this every year where they make people join together and take a pledge against domestic violence. And I also love the fact that the group was named after our beloved Tita Alice Bulos. So, I mean, it's just a really well-run, top-notch organization that is devoted to this issue, and they do it in a way that is very meaningful, very heartwarming, and it makes you feel good to be a part of that event. So thank you to Alice for always doing it, to your board for coming up with these really amazing new ideas on how you present the issue every year. And you really do a great service to our community. So I salute you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Ray. Thank you. Thanks for all the support.
You're very welcome.
We have Council Member Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Yap, I don't know if you know me, but I am definitely familiar with Alice. And when I heard the first few lines of the proclamation, I had one question. Who is going to accept this award? And I am so happy to hear Alice Comares and Compadres is to be the recipient. As a police officer in my former career, 1978, I have learned a lot. And it was all about dispute mediation. And with domestic violence, I have learned that dispute mediation does not work because the chance of recidivism, the circle of violence, folks have to come to understand. And I understood it. And also as president of one of your allies who support your organization, Faleo, we were always a part to bring flyers out there, giving the resources as to where folks can go. And what touched me a lot, as Councilmember Buenaventura made mention, is hearing the stories. And, you know, it takes a lot of the victim to stand up in front of people who they don't even know and share this story. So I'm so glad that Alice has come a long way. You continue to do great work, and I appreciate the learning experience. When the day comes when you think you know it all, you don't. So congratulations to you, and maraming salamat for everything that you folks do. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Council Member Sylvester. And of course we know you. Of course I know you. You're always at our events with Faleo and the rest of the guys, so thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Council Member DiGiovanni.
Hi, Ms. Yap. So happy to see you again.
Yes.
There's not enough to say. From everything you guys do for role playing, for everything you bring forth, whether we're at Mater de la Rosa or all the resources. And I've been in touch actually the last couple of days with someone that you actually helped without naming to let you know that it kind of relates to what you were saying about the courage. And then hearing Joanne Del Rosario, who's honorable council member and mayor in Coma, when she brings forth her story, it's still impactful. No matter how many times she tells it, no matter how many times or who you bring, to put yourself and think about that. The description, you can feel the emotion and everything that you guys do, and you bring the community together, and then especially touching on the cultural aspects to making them feel comfortable that it is okay, and that you wrapped your loving arms around them and to provide them the resources. And this particular person who is finally getting out of her situation, and hopefully the next few days or whatever, keep her in your prayers, because it is a very dangerous situation. And as you know, in your organization, through the COVID, domestic violence has increased.
That's right.
And that you really have a lot in expansion. And if you need to do a fundraiser, I don't know what you guys are doing, the next steps, you guys are always with Ms. Cherie or whatever, because I think that I've never heard so much domestic violence, and even in our Daly City community. And because the COVID has really brought forth a lot of it. So for more resources, or however myself or us we can help, we're here to help. And to name it after Alice Boulos and the legacy of always connecting to the community, as Ms. Fleur well put, in South City. That to me is beautiful because it's still going strong. And you guys, when I look at that board and I see those same faces, which is beautiful, it tells me the commitment. It tells me your dedication. It tells me the focus. It tells me how much means to each one of you. So for that, and to each of you, much love and dedication. And with all my heart, when I attend, I just like, it's incredible. So whatever we can do to help, not just that day, but every day. And the role playing is impeccable. So thank you very much. And very heartbroken that you have to be in these situations, but you're there. You're there, and we allow people to know that you are there. So God bless you and your organization, and Cherie and everyone. Thank you. Salama. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Everyone's words mean a lot to us, and for sure we will be reaching out again as we embark in this new year and our plans for next year for hopefully now we can do in-person presentations. We've done virtual presentations like this, and it actually went really well, where we touched on family violence. And so hopefully for the next year, we'll be together in person and be able to do the role playing, as you were saying, Council Member Giovanni, and presenting resources to the community, where we invite a lot of organizations, including Faleo, to be part of that. So we're looking forward to that. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. So last but not least, we have Vice Mayor Das Magwa.
Thank you, Mayor. Just again, I always want to reiterate my colleagues and thank you to Ms. Yap. Thank you to the founder, Cherie Moreno, and the whole Alice Comares Compares organization. The work that you do is not easy. And I just want to recognize that it starts with changing one's values. And to speak to those that are listening right now, that when we talk about domestic violence issues, it's about like, how can we break the cycle of violence that sometimes have become normalized in our communities or in our families. And that's the most difficult conversations to even have. And it takes a lot of courage, a lot of heart, a lot of tears, a lot of emotional work to talk about. And I just want to say thank you for doing this work, but also to call on our community members to also speak up. Even, it's really hard to, it's so easy to say than to do. But also talking about the imbalanced power relationships in relationships. Like if you are truly in love with a person or in partnership with another, how can you make a relationship more equitable? And if you're about the word equity, how do you make this relationship where you have to give up some of your power to make other people feel empowered as well, to keep it, to fight for equality within a relationship. So thank you for the work that you all do.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And we're actually, as an organization, we've been together for 18 years. So we've been presenting for as long as we have. And we're very fortunate that we have, as many of you said, brave survivors who've come forward to tell their stories. And so because that's the only way, that's the most impactful way of having other survivors who, as you said, are maybe in unhealthy relationships, to really come forward and realize that they are worthy individuals, that nobody can really put them down. So, and that again, help is available. So all I can say is, again, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Bettina. Maraming salamat, Alice, Comares, Compares, to you as the president, and also to the founding of Ms. Cherie Moreno. We will definitely see you again, and God bless you in all your endeavors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are moving on to item number 4. Item number 4 is proclaiming October 2021 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Proclamation for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, October 2021. Whereas October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, an annual campaign to raise awareness about the impact of breast cancer in women and men and honor those who have lost their battle to this terrible disease. And whereas breast cancer is the second most cancer affecting women, it is estimated 1 in 8 women will develop breast cancer over the course of their lifetime, and that 281,550 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer in the United States in 2021. And whereas early detection is one of the most important strategies for treating breast cancer successfully, and regular screenings are the most reliable way to detect it early. There is renewed energy focusing on getting women to do the recommended screening schedule before a cancer has spread and has become less treatable. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted many parts of our lives and has produced new deficits in breast cancer early detection, it is important to maintain scheduled screenings, doctor appointments, and treatments without delay while observing coronavirus safety measures. And whereas we applaud the advocates, medical professionals, researchers, and caregivers who dedicate their lives to making progress towards cures, and whereas we stand in solidarity with breast cancer survivors across the country. And whereas this is an opportunity to go pink in October to raise awareness, promote early screening, and honor those affected by breast cancer. Pink ribbon has become the universal symbol of breast cancer, illustrating the cause, raising awareness, and bringing together women in solidarity. By wearing a simple pink piece of ribbon affixed with a pin, we can show our support for breast cancer awareness. And whereas we join as we rise together to help uplift women in need by joining the cause, individuals can get involved by becoming a volunteer, donating towards a mammogram for a person in need, or starting a fundraiser with family and friends. Now, therefore, I, Jocelyn C. Manalo, Mayor, and the members of the City Council of the City of Daly City do hereby proclaim October 2021 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Daly City and urge all citizens to rise in occasion of becoming more involved with breast cancer awareness by learning the warning signs and what steps to take to prevent fatalities related to breast cancer. And so today, receiving the proclamation, we have Fresca here with us, Francesca Giurarte, but people know her as Fresca. But wanted her to receive the proclamation, who has been such an advocate and a courageous breast cancer survivor, and has been a huge advocate, and I've seen it over the years. So Fresca, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am just honored to be able to accept this proclamation. It was definitely a very, a life-changing event for myself. And it makes you just realize how precious life really is, and to really appreciate others' time, your own time, others' time, the things that people do for you, and it makes you want to do for others as well. My mother was I always talk about her too, because she served the city of Daly City for like 25 years. And so to be able to, even though she didn't have cancer, to be able to accept this on my mom's behalf also because of what she has done for the city, it just means so much to be able to do that. And of course, the city, just how it serves its residents and the community is just outstanding. And I'm very proud to be from Daly City. I know sometimes I'm like, oh, this weather is crazy, the fog. But when you really look down deep into the heart of Daly City and its residents and its members of the community. We really care a lot about each other. And when we go to these events, you see the same people, you know, where I like to think that we're all pretty close. And I love that. I love that feeling in the sense of community and how we're able to help each other through these tough times. And I'm really proud of the city to recognize October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so that we can help spread awareness into our communities and help those in need.
Thank you so much, Fresca. And thank you for also being courageous to share your story. I know you have a huge platform, and I just know that over the course of time, you shared your story and how you overcome breast cancer, and it's something that people need to make sure that they get screened. So personal story is that my mother had breast cancer in 2017. And so she also is a breast cancer survivor. And so
Congratulations.
thank you. Yeah, so she is a survivor. And so, I, imagining that time and that the moment of what's next, the treatment, etc. But being able to share that and also remind others that it can be overcome.
Mm-hmm.
And so thank you so much for that. I see 3 hands raised. Vice Mayor Das Maguel.
Great. Thank you, Fresca, for all the work that you do for the city, representing all the time. Got to see you for a hot second at the Bayshore Block Party. But most importantly, like this whole education around breast cancer awareness, like I've had aunties that have gone through it. Some have survived, some haven't, but it's one of the most painful journeys to go through. And I think what you show is the courage and the perseverance, and knowing that there is hope, and with community, love, faith, then you're an embodiment of that. So thank you.
Thank you. That's very nice. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I really appreciate those kind words. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. Another surprise to me tonight. And when I saw Fresca on board, why is she here? And Fresca, you are definitely well known, as the mayor made mention, your platform and what you do for the community. I've known you for a little bit, and it's always a joy to be around you, because the smile, like you're smiling now, it personifies the good, and everything is okay no matter what. And had you had not been here, I would have never known, because I still love you just the way you are. So Fresca, continue the great work you do. Early detection is the key. I am so happy for awareness. And, again, being part of law enforcement, I tried to hit up every agency in California to get a pink patch. And I think when we brought this up before, I think Daly City Police were offering pink police patches to the citizens. They can purchase them. And this month, our police officers would wear those patches as well. So great to see you again, Fresca, and keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yes, it's nice to know that our law enforcement represents that way. And I know our fire departments do as well. I know they have a fire department just down the street from my home, and I've been able to become friends with some of the firefighters there. And they actually gave me a shirt with the pink on it that I wear, and I sport my Daly City Fire sweatshirt around. So, anytime I can represent Daly City, I'm so very, very proud. So thank you.
Thank you. And we have Council Member DiGiovanni.
Well, Fresca, So what words can we say that embodies you? Even when you were doing, I remember you were doing a show and you were going through treatment. And I think I was with David and we were at Canopy and we were at Tanfran. And then you were doing some kind of art thing. And then you was inspirational about breast cancer. Am I right?
Mhm.
And I was like, wow, you never skipped a beat and your energy was so inspirational that day. And you had everybody on the air. Everybody was talking about it and we need to talk about it. You're right. Let's talk about breast cancer. Let's talk about the fact that because of COVID, it is now learned women were not getting their mammograms. So now they're saying that they're going back and getting their mammograms, but some are being found at stage 1 because COVID, no one was going into their mammograms.
Mhm.
So that encouragement, I would like to see a better support system in Daly City, more acknowledgement of it. And like you said, your firefighters and your beloved DCPD, they came out with that pink at the block party. And you saw even acting captain and chief and all them, they with gammas, they had their stripes, the pink one, even though it was hot and long sleeves, they were sporting the pink. And so for people to buy those patches, and maybe next year we can do a better platform and have you promote it, only if you feel like it, because it is something, if you live it and you express it, then you are the one that personifies it. And I mean, I have my own personal story, but you personify and you are the inspiration that God gives us with the faith and the love, like you said, and the perspective and the will to live. And those all things wrapped into one. And we need to let women know that we can survive this, and men as well. Men are getting breast cancer as well. We need to let people know that as well. So let's just do it. Let's get some more of those firefighter pink shirts, PD, and our public safety, and let's roll with it. But thank you, love you, personification of Daly City. You're right about your mom, and your mom gave so much of the city. So something in the future for her, you never know about surprise. Love you, big love, love you.
Thank you. Love you too. And just one last thing, I know you mentioned an event, and I wasn't going through cancer at that time. However, the station, my hair was still really short, but the station did allow me to do a live broadcast to help fundraise for an organization that helped me. It was the Breast Cancer Emergency Fund. And so if there's anything that I can also help spearhead with the city to be able to raise funds for our anyone that is diagnosed with breast cancer here in the city, I'd love to speak to someone about that and see if there's something that we can do to help our residents and our community.
Maybe if you hook up with our PD and our firefighters as well, they would be, you know how much they love you, right? I hate to say that, but I know that they love you and we all love you. So that would be great. Just raise it to another level is what I say.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Jessica, and thank you. We are glad that you're able to join us today. I know sometimes you're on the air, but it's really amazing to see you always ready to serve our community with your amazing voice. Never, always there to MC and support or share the events in the community. But you are a wonderful community leader in Daly City. And I love how you continue to rep Daly City, and you rep it so hard. And you know that. And many thanks to your mother as well for the 25 years. And that is amazing. So also, God bless you. And I know we'll see each other again.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night. We are now moving on to the approval of minutes for the regular meeting of October 11. I do have some changes for Madame City Clerk. I have some changes on here on, it's under the City Council reports. When I am reporting right after, there was no conflict of interest and stated she had no monetary gain from Gellert Park event. For the record, Mayor Manalo stated stop vilifying me, directed to Councilmember Di Giovanni. I just wanted to have that stated in the minutes. Madam City Clerk, did you get that? Madam City Clerk?
I acknowledge that. Can you hear me?
Oh, no, we could not hear you earlier. Now we do.
All right, sorry about that.
Okay, no worries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Di Giovanni.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just would like to insert the words that were that I spoke prior to that, and I have written them down, and I'll be sending them into the city clerk, just for the record. Thank you.
Are you going to tell me what they are?
Yes, it was when I addressed the conflict of interest. I think I just sent them prior to the meeting.
Oh, but what are they, Councilmember Di Giovanni?
I don't have them in front of me, so I guess maybe I can't change it then.
Yeah, you have to actually state what you want to change.
That's
so.
fine.
Okay.
Because I think I'd already sent them in. Thank you.
Thank you.
With the recommended changes requested to the minutes, I'll make a motion that we accept the minutes with the requested changes.
I have first, do I have a second? I'll second that. All in favor say aye.
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 Thank you very much. Moving on to the approval of the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda.
We have a motion to approve the agenda. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you very much. Moving on to consent agenda. Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Madam Mayor,
What?
may I remove item number 8 on the consent agenda?
We have item number 8 on the consent agenda. Are there any other items? I will pull item number 9. Are there any other items to be pulled? Seeing none, do we have a motion to approve items 6, 7, and 10?
Motion to approve.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Thank you very much. Item number 8, approving application for the Proposition 68 per capita grant and authorizing city manager to execute all grant documents for Polaris Park Improvement Project. And who's the staff person for this, please?
Madam Mayor, I can present this item.
Okay, Director Chu, you have the floor.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. The item before you is the adoption of a resolution to approve the application for Prop 68 per capita grant, and then also to authorize the city manager to execute all grant documents for the Polaris Park Improvement Project. Back in June of 2018, Proposition 68 was passed. It created $4 billion in general obligation bonds to fund various state natural resources related programs that would benefit parks, protect natural resources and wildlife, increase drought and flood protection, and then also supply clean water. Grant funds are available for local parks, rehabilitation, creation and improvements on a per capita basis. This is a non-competitive program. In order to obtain the grant funds, the City Council will need to adopt a resolution that authorizes Daly City to apply for the per capita grant program. The resolution will express the city's agreement with the funding contracts with the state and confirmation that the city has funds to complete, operate, and maintain the grant-funded project. And then lastly, the resolution also authorizes the city manager to represent the city and execute all documents on behalf of the city. If approved, Daly City will receive $244,645 in grant funds. The program requires a minimum of a 20% local match from Daly City. And Public Works staff, we have identified Polaris Park improvements for the application. The project will replace and install new equipment at the park, along with other miscellaneous improvements. The park equipment there is near the end of its useful life. The total estimated cost of the project is approximately $375,000, which also includes a 15% contingency. With the state's contribution of $244,645, the city's estimated contribution would be approximately $130,000. So in summary, staff is recommending that the City Council adopt the resolution to approve the application for the State of California Department of Park and Recreation's per capita grant program for Polaris Park, and then also to authorize the city manager to execute all documents necessary for the grant. That concludes my presentation, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Chu. Councilmember DiGiovanni, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Director Chu, it's just a delight because Polaris Park, as you said, it's a little park that people don't know about. So to everyone in Southern Hills, this is well overdue. I don't know, how many years has it been, Director Chu, do you know? Or the record of the last time it's gotten love?
It's been a long time. I don't know the exact time period.
It's been way over 2
definitely
decades, maybe, at
correct.
least?
Yeah.
Yeah, so for the families up there in Southern Hills, to let you know, it's well thought out that to you and your staff, that Southern Hills is way overdue for this, for the tot lot and for everything else. And really, it's lovely to see that many of our projects where they can go out and enjoy themselves are finally getting that much love and well thought out. So thank you so much, Mr. Chu, and people were happy to see this on the agenda, and what a delight. So to you then, Southern Hills, you're not forgotten about. So thank you, Director Chu, and to all your staff. Thank you, and to the city manager. It is delightful. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Director Chu, for that presentation. And it's wonderful to see the continued upgrades to our parks and tot lots in our city. We know that our residents utilize them greatly, and amazing work as always, Director Chu and Ms. Maltby. And so with that, I move to approve item number 8.
Move to
Second.
approve. I'm sorry, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Okay, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Now we are moving on to item number 9, setting time and place for the public hearing to consider amendments to Daly City Municipal Code, Chapter 17-36, Home Occupation Zoning Ordinance to allow micro enterprise home kitchen operation, MICOs. Pulled this item just to allow public to learn that this is something forthcoming for our community members. It is a program that the San Mateo County has put forth, but we would like to adopt this formally within the city of Daly City. And it's really helping those that are creating small business enterprises and utilizing their culinary expertise so that they have additional income. We know that during COVID-19, it was just hard for people to find work, and this has been really an access point for community members to survive and also be able to build new businesses. And so with that, if someone can just give a brief summary of the program, and that would be great.
Sure, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, I can do that. And just as the mayor indicated, this item is setting a time and place for the city to consider on November 8th some changes to the city's home occupation regulations, which would essentially exempt MACO's, micro enterprise home kitchen operations, is the acronym, from the city zoning ordinance. The County of San Mateo issues the health permit for these types of operations, which are essentially the ability for the residents of Daly City to operate a small restaurant out of their home. Patrons can actually come to the home and be served meals there. The city does have to authorize this sort of activity in order for the residents of our city to obtain a county health permit, and that's what would be considered on November 8th. Again, some changes to the home occupation regulations, essentially exempting MACOs from as a home occupation.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that clarification and letting people know what exactly the change will be. But I want to thank City Manager Maltby for all your work on this as well, and your whole staff in putting this forth. And so with that, I move to approve item number 9, setting time and place for a public hearing to consider amendments to Daly City's Municipal Code, Chapter 17-36, Home Occupation Zoning Ordinance to allow micro enterprise home kitchen operation, MECOs. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you very much. Now moving on to item number 12. So before we start this item, colleagues, I've been informed by City Manager Maltby and the city and JUHSD that they are agreeable for the continuance of this item. Jefferson Union High School District has requested to present and also allow for public comment this evening. And as mayor, I do think we should hear Jefferson Union High School District's presentation and public comment at this time. So with that, I know that, we will be moving towards a continuance with the advice of the city manager and also JUHSD, but I will allow for the presentation and public comment. Thank you. Okay. So is it Ms. Lisa? Oh. Hello.
Hi.
Good evening. I can hear you. It kind of went in and out.
Hi. So I don't know if someone's putting our presentation up.
You're going in and out, Ms. Kalima Salahuddin.
Is the sound better now? I'm just going to turn my camera off.
No. Okay. Okay.
I think you should. With my what? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, folks. Do we have the present? Bruce Futuji, do we have the presentation? Or Chris, thanks.
Yes, we do. Just one moment.
Awesome, thanks. All right, Mayor Manalo and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity for us to be able to present the Ceremony del Rey precise plan. So you can see here, this is just, we're grateful for the chance to be here and to be able to show you what all the hard work that our team has done to prepare this. So we go on to the next slide, please. So why have we undertaken this effort? We've, as those of you who are familiar with Ceremony Del Rey, you know that the existing facilities are incredibly outdated, and any of the improvements that we would need to be able to do are quite cost prohibitive. And we've spoken at length previously about the need to be able to attract and retain teachers and staff, and this is actually going to be a creative way for us to be able to do this, as well as the district has had a history of leasing surplus land to generate revenue. So what is our proposal this evening? It's an innovative plan to fund education. It would be about changing the use of this site for housing, retail, and publicly accessible parks. We would be able to attract private development of rental housing on district land, and most importantly for us as a district, to receive ongoing revenue from development. Next slide, please.
So one of the things that we really want to talk to is about the unique students that we serve in this area. As you can see, this is information from the census data, and the darker the area, the higher the need. And so we know that we serve a very high need population that requires services that are not available if we don't supply them. So we have a health center. We're serving food to all students with no requirement for payment before the state of California changed that law. We were serving and had a food bank in one of our schools before COVID, and we continue to do that. We are one of the few high schools that offer transitional services for special education students once they graduate out, so that they can continue to have help, kind of like a social worker that helps connect all the dots for you. And my son was one of the recipients of those services. We offer a lot of things that high schools that are to the south that have much higher funding either don't provide or get assistance to provide. We have our wilderness program. We have our continuation school, where we're one of the few high schools districts that rarely expel students out of our school district. We keep them internally and try to provide wraparound services for them to get them back on track. And so in order to continue to operate at this level and to provide the services to the community that we feel are needed for a high school district in this area, we need to continue to find ways to bring in revenue to the school district. Being a low funded district and trying to continue to offer these high level of services continues to be a challenge. And while I understand that there are people that have problems with or have an issue with different areas of the plan, I am trying to weigh the health of our students and our community. And I feel like we can do this in a way where we can serve our students while also providing double the amount of green space, while also providing affordable homes, while also having a space for the Head Start. So this is why we went into this plan. This is why I continue to be a passionate advocate for the plan. And because I know I personally have benefited from the services of the Jefferson Union High School District. And if a student came in behind me, behind my kids, I want them to have the same benefits that my own children were able to have while they were in part of JUHSD. Next slide. So this side just really shows the decisions that we made as a board and how we went along this process. We've been talking about this for quite a while, that the board held site meetings. We're talking to staff and back in 2017, 2018, and staff really let us know that low salaries were a problem. And we knew that retention of our staff has been an ongoing issue. And I don't know how we provide an adequate and equitable education if 25% of the staff are leaving every year. It's impossible to do that. We are constantly training staff. We're like the Oakland A's. We train them up and then other school districts come and recruit them out. So this was a three-pronged plan of passing a new parcel tax, which we did, build educator housing, which we are doing and will be finished next year. But not every staff member can or is able to live. If they already have a place to live, they may not need to be in educator housing. So we also still need to raise revenue for all of our staff. And so how can we do that? Well, we're land rich. We have surplus land. And so instead of trying to pass another parcel tax, which I don't think the community can bear, we were trying to figure out a way, how do we use the resources that we currently have on our disposal to increase revenue for the school district? So we thought of the plan, and we came up with a plan of developing the Ceremony Del Rey site. It was unanimously voted on by the board 4-0 on 6/4/19. And the one missing vote was Trustee Lee, who was out on vacation. And then on 7/9, a 5-0 vote to move forward with a contract with Brookwood to lead the entitlements. And then on April 22nd of this year, we submitted the precise plan to Daly City. Next slide.
All right, and so this is just a summary of the history over the past couple of years of the different outreaches that we've done, the coordination with the city, the CEQA initial study, meetings that we've had with members of council in 2x2 meetings. We've met with different organizations, including Habitat, Heart of San Mateo, Head Start. We've spoken with some at Shasta School. We've done briefings with our legislators. We've done community outreaches back in 2020. We've done tribal outreach, and here in 2021, we've done the previously mentioned plan submittal. The EIR has begun, and ongoing stakeholder outreach, where we have gone door to door in communities here in Daly City, in the neighborhoods around here, and ongoing cultural outreach. And you can see the list of project endorsements that we've received as well thus far. So there's been a wide range of community engagement that's occurred over the past 2 years. And quite frankly, with some of the community outreaches, we've actually had higher participation with the online community meetings that we've had than we would have had if we were in person, as we've seen when we had outreaches during the faculty and staff housing project, when we first did that outreach in 2017 and early 2018, where only one community member came out. And in these meetings, we had substantially more than that come out for the online meetings. All right, next slide. And so some of the community feedback that we did receive, people did like the neighborhood retail design. They liked the idea of a new neighborhood. It's not just a project, but this really has a thoughtful design. The density of the development works, and it revitalizes what is frankly a neglected area. It's connecting people to nature. There's outdoor fitness, there's children play areas, it's family friendly, it's safe. And we all know that Daly City does need housing. Our communities here need more housing. And what if the plan can be improved? The community members have said it's concern about parking, the loss of on-street parking, and that it would not impact the neighbors, the existing neighbors around the community. Of course, traffic is always going to be a concern. There's also been concerns about bike safety, especially on Ceremony Boulevard, and green space, of course, is something that people are always looking for more of. Next slide. So here's the master plan. I believe, Bruce, are you taking this over?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you, Bruce.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. So we're going to walk through the master plan. Next slide. So, and this is an aerial view looking south. We're up over Highway 1. You can see the plan area in the center of the site. And, you know, the district's blessed. This is a very ideal location for doing higher density housing. To the south of the site, where the Ceremony Ridge apartments are, you have high density multifamily housing. Across Ceremony Boulevard, you have high density multifamily housing already. Up on St. Francis Boulevard, it's high density single family housing. So you already have housing that's already around the site. It's a hillside setting. In a way, most of the development would be tucked out of view, away from view, and difficult to see from public streets. It's screened because of its tree-lined setting. It's around the perimeter of the thing, and it's adjacent and nearby open space, the Gellert Park. And it's also well served by transit. On Ceremony Boulevard, you have up to 10-minute frequency headways during the peak time for transit, which is, you can get to basically BART within less than about 8 minutes or so. And at the same time, you're right at the Highway 1 on and off ramps with access, easy access to 280. And you're certainly within, you know, a walking distance to Gellert Park or the Ceremony Shopping Center. Next slide. Yeah. So this is looking above Ceremony Boulevard, above the St. Francis Boulevard housing, looking east. Take a look at the overall site. It's 22 acres, but that includes the hillside areas, the entire site, and you can see in the foreground where the site has been cleared for faculty and staff housing, and then you can see the former high school building in the background there. It's obviously past its they're really kind of outdated facilities, which are really no longer suitable for district use. But what I think is very exciting for the district is looking at how to launch a master plan to replace these outdated facilities, to be able to create kind of a family-friendly, walkable, bikeable, safe neighborhood that's going to have shopping, streets, walkable streets, parks, and nature trails. So it's really a prime location for being able to create a neighborhood as opposed to a project. Next slide, please. Yeah. So, what we're showing you here is sort of an aerial view of phase one of the development. You can see in the foreground, there's 122 units of faculty and staff housing, which are now under construction. And then further down Ceremony Boulevard is 201 units of, mixed use residential. And then there'll be some improvements that'll be on Ceremony Boulevard to be able to help with transit access. But I think that what's really, exciting about the site and the development is it's about really, building out a neighborhood over time. The master plan looks at how to build it out in 3 different phases. It features, courtyard housing, which has its own kind of internal open space and park space. But the district's really striving to want to create, an inclusive community that thinks about, housing equity. So looking at what to do about, affordable housing and have up to 20% of the total amount of housing, including the faculty and staff as affordable. We'll talk about that in more details. But this first phase really provides a lot of different amenities. It's going to create a neighborhood retail street, a new entrance for where the Highway 1 on and off ramps are, make improvements to that signalized intersection, have a retail, cafe plaza, improvements to the entrance to the neighborhood, and also it allows the district offices to all, remain open. We can go to the next slide. The next slide, please. Thank you. Yeah. So, this is a view of the master plan and build out. It's an aerial view. You're above Callan and Ceremony Boulevard, looking out at the site as it's already built out. Part of the exciting things I think about the plan is that it's about preserving Head Start. In phase 2, there's going to be another 240 units of housing, and then there'll be a standalone 100-unit affordable housing project. There'll be sort of class 1 pedestrian, bike trails, but there'll be the completion of Campus Drive, which will be able to connect you all the way to Ceremony Boulevard. Part of the design of the neighborhood is to be able to focus on active transportation for healthy living. So it's a walkable, bikeable environment with complete streets. That's going to be designed as energy efficient, sort of minimize greenhouse gases. And then it's built out in phases. And in the third phase, what we have is the central green, which is a major open space that as you walk in along Entry Drive is the sort of heart of the whole plan. That would be built out, and then there'd be 2 other phases or 2 other developments that are 290 units, 282 units, those 2 things, and then a recreational trail that's on the hillside. But when you look at the total build out, it's going to be 1,235 units with 20% of those, affordable. And there'll be up to 2 14-story residences, higher towers that could be located on 2 of any of the 3 sites that are in the second and third phase. All parking is provided on site for each parcel, so that so it parks itself. And then we're very excited about sort of bike-friendly streets and a bike network where you can actually have a class 1 bike path
for pedestrians and bikes that go all the way from Ceremony and the entry drive all the way to Summit Shasta. So those are some of the main features, but I think it's just really helpful to actually see some sort of ground level views of the projects. You can actually sort of see what it looks like from and how you experience it. In the next slide, please. Yeah, here's the first phase, faculty and staff housing, 122 units. You're viewing it from Ceremony Boulevard. We're very excited about the design. It's sort of pedestrian oriented. There's some improvements to the transit stop, what's going on there. But what we really are excited about is that, and part of the design is that, you know, we recognize in the Bay Area there's a critical housing shortage. So we've been working with some of the best architects on the peninsula and the Bay Area to look at innovative housing solutions for higher density urban living, kind of drawing upon, you know, successful examples of projects throughout the Bay Area to help shape this. So this is all under construction. We're very excited about this. Next slide, please. And so this is what the project will look like on Ceremony Boulevard and where Highway 1 on and off ramps are. We're looking at this as kind of entry place. We see this as being kind of an inviting, family-friendly new entrance. It's creating a new neighborhood. It's going to be featuring, you know, some improvements to the transit stops so that it's transit oriented. It'll have ground floor retail. It's going to have very wide sidewalks that can help create kind of an attractive destination place that serves not just the residents that are here, but for people who are wanting to visit. It's the kind of place where you can, you know, get coffee, meet friends, connect with friends, be able to get some different kinds of specialty foods, and it's all done in a walkable, tree-lined, you know, pedestrian environment. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this is when you walk down the street and you're turning the corner. And here you can see the sort of ground floor neighborhood retail. You can see the sort of bicycle features and amenities, you know, wide sidewalk, outdoor seating. Main Street sort of spills out onto the sidewalk. So you can have like deli, specialty foods, flower, ATM, exercise studio, all the different things that make kind of your daily life, you know, exciting and comfortable and convenient. And it's a real social heart to an urban environment that'll serve not just this project, but the surrounding neighborhood. When you go down the street, this is all part of, you know, what we're calling Parcel B. It's all part of the first phase of the project. Next slide, please. You know, the next, yeah, one more slide, please. Yeah, and then also we're looking at, you know, what we're calling Overlook Park. It's another park. This is the end of that street. It's all part of the first phase of the project. Well, you know, neighborhood parks are really the heart of, you know, they're really the heart of a neighborhood. And, you know, they're treasured parts where you'd be able to not only kind of restore your well-being and kind of connect with your friends, but it's also a place to sort of attract people of different ages to be together. We're looking at this actually having a community garden is one of the features of that. We see it as a community gathering place. It's inviting, it's welcoming, it's attractive. It's an accessible place for families and children. Just the next slide, please. And we thought it'd be just helpful to kind of identify some of the key features of the park. There's the plan on the right, and there's sort of an image of something that can be quite similar in terms of what we're thinking about. But what we love about the park is it's not just the lawn area with passive recreation, but there's a top lot playground. It's fenced, has the right kind of soft surfaces that are in there, so it's family friendly and user friendly for kids. There's an overlook, which you have filtered views out to San Bruno Mountain to the East Bay and San Francisco Bay. There's a bicycle pedestrian trail that links the Ceremony and entry drive all the way to Summit Shasta. There's picnic tables for outdoor eating and dining. And then there's the community garden itself, and what's envisioned there is really gardeners having their own plots to be able to produce organic food for their own use, share it with each other community-wide. There'll be shared spaces, for meals, meetings, classes, and other things that can help sort of strengthen community members. ties and improve the sort of social and emotional mental health of folks as they have a chance to kind of be outdoors in an attractive, socially oriented environment. We thought it'd be helpful to show a couple of other pictures of that. One more slide. Next slide. This is looking at it from the north side, looking back across the park. You can see the Class 1 bike ped trail. You can see the hillside sloping down. Located on this side, it's also going to be along the east side hillside. So it's going to be with those existing sort of Monterey trees and deciduous trees that are part of that. So it's going to be in a natural setting, which is going to include looking at and being able to see the whole park space. So there's the tot lot playground, outdoor seating area, and then you can see that the housing beyond has terraces with outdoor seating to look out over the park. And so we're very excited about this being a very attractive family-friendly place. It'll all be part of the first phase of the project. And then there's more on that. Yeah. One more slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, and so when you walk down the street, it's tree lined, you can park, step out on a terrace, there's a lawn area, and this is the view that we see, the housing to your left, the terraces they have at outdoor seating, ramps, and the easy access to the lawn area and the playground areas, and then you can see the community garden beyond, so there's terraced views. So, in some, the project's really about creating a neighborhood. It's about creating the right mix of uses and densities and housing types to help facilitate really creating a family-friendly, safe, livable community. So those are sort of the highlights of the plan that we wanted to share with you.
And just to close, we know there's no plan that's going to make everybody happy. I mean, I know that more than anyone as a school board member. But at the same time, we've tried to accommodate as many things as possible. Green space is an issue. This doubles the amount of green space in this area. Garden is an issue. We have placed another garden in this area. You informed us that childcare was important, so we've included Head Start in this plan. But however, if Head Start had said to us that we have to keep the same building in the same location and nothing can change, it would have been very hard for us to accommodate. But they worked with us and we're able to come to a compromise to where both of us will benefit. They get a new facility connected to affordable housing, which will be their clients. And we will also be able to move forward with the plan and hopefully generate revenue for the school district. So, I know there's words that get tossed out about luxury homes and that there's a lot of need for market rate housing, but I'm here to say as someone who desperately needed market rate housing, that is not true. There is a need for market and affordable. Affordable housing is very important to me, which is why I served on the board of Habitat for Humanity and currently on the board of HLC. And that's why we included as much affordable housing as we could possibly do while still making sure that the district was able to make enough money to where it made a difference for the programs and students and salaries. We're trying to be as accommodating and open as possible with this plan so that we could all come out better for the community. But, we are in a crisis situation. There is no other way for us to raise revenue. We've passed 2 parcel taxes. I don't think the community has an appetite for another one. If someone else can tell me another way to generate revenue so that the high school district that serves this community can do so in a way that is deserving of the children that they serve, I'm all ears. But until then, I'm asking for help and support with this plan and to continue to move forward with the precise plan as presented as we worked with your staff to put together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I know at this item will be continued from staff's recommendation and also with the JUHSDs being amenable to do so. But I appreciate the presentation you have. I think there's just more items that need to be fleshed out in regards to, to be very transparent with everyone on here that's watching. We were supposed to have Affordable Housing Committee subcommittee. That meeting did not happen because there was another meeting combined with it, which was the Jefferson Union High School District Committee meeting. Therefore, there was no dialogue, and we didn't get to meet on the Affordable Housing Committee. And so there's a lot of pieces that are still figured that need to be figured out down the line. And so, I think that's where staff's recommendation lies at this point.
Trustee Lee are available at any time. As we told the council, we will change all of our plans to get any meeting that you guys, so really the availability is in your court. We're ready to drop everything to meet with you guys to move forward with this.
That's wonderful to hear. I think, we can definitely meet forthcoming. And I think that's something important, around, as you mentioned, as an affordable housing advocate, there's some pieces of the plan that really need to be discussed, particularly what was mentioned, the staff and teacher housing is in phase 1. That was approved already prior to the precise plan. And so if we look at the development as a whole, the Jefferson staff teacher housing is something separate from this plan that was actually approved, and very much so proud that we approved it last year and to support our teachers. I am proud alumni of Jefferson Union High School. So in that regard, there's just things that I think need to be discussed, because when I heard from this presentation, it's stating that there's 20% affordable housing. The staff and teacher housing was separate from the whole plan. And this is the first time I'm hearing it again being included as well, when I think that's something that needs to be discussed with, I think, Ms. Saluhidin and I think Andy Lee when we convene with the Affordable Housing Committee. But I thank all of you for the plan that you've provided around what has transpired over the course of time. And so at this juncture, I know that JUHSD has also requested for public comment. We usually don't have public comment on items that will be continued, but we will now offer the opportunity for public at this time. Thank you.
For those members of the public who wish to comment on item number 12, please click the raise hand feature to speak on that agenda item. For those joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. Mayor, it looks like we have 55 hands raised, with Warren Shelby being the last speaker.
Thank you.
The first speaker we have is Nick.
Yes, hi. This is Nico Chipinti. I am a trustee on the Jefferson High School District Board. In respect of open meeting laws, I will simply restate a letter submitted to City Council for the Environmental Impact Report this summer. As a member of the JUHC Board of Trustees, I'm the only trustee not in agreement with proposed project, given the lack of transparency, community engagement, and participation in the planning process thus far. Compounded by the myriad concerns related to adverse environmental and social impacts it would have on our community as presented. It is in this spirit that, as the only member to have voted against this project and at this stage of the process, am compelled to share my concerns as echoed by existing and projected directives in public policy upholding and promoting environmental protection at federal, state, regional, and local levels. In step with the EAR process, I will focus this input to include recommendations of the community and stakeholders who have voiced similar concerns, including transparency, accountability, and responsibility in ensuring best practices in sustainable land use planning in urban areas, particularly here in Daly City, North San Mateo County, and the greater SF San Francisco Bay Area. The current project is controversial for many reasons. In fact, it plainly proposes for 4 of the projected 5 new housing developments to be full market rate luxury apartments, which not only does nothing to serve the low-income community in need of shelter and housing here in Daly City, North San Mateo County, it only further impacts and reduces the limited space and opportunity for affordable housing in a community that desperately needs it. While it is not the burden of a school district to provide housing for the community, it should become so if the school district is in fact engaging in private enterprise, which I have recently learned that it has in the past with Ceremony Ridge Apartments and Physicians Medical Center located on the southwestern part of the Ceremony Del Rey campus behind the recently completed Summit Shasta Public School Charter School in our district. If completed as projected, the former Ceremony High School site will no longer house the district office or any fully public high school. Yes.
Your 2 minutes have been reached.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Liliana.
Hi, I'm calling in to speak in strong opposition to the plan as it's proposed today. I think that it is a gross, it's just a misrepresentation to say it's controversial, because the reality is that the majority of the people who live around this project strongly oppose what would be proposed. And I would like to remind the city that this has been attempted before and it was unsuccessful. Right next to the garden, this has been done before, and there was like market rate apartments built with 20% affordable housing, and all the promises did not come through. Our teachers are still underpaid. The land that was once public is now just for private profit, and that meager amount of BMR units is now market rate. And all the people who were living there were told to either pay a rent that they couldn't afford or to get out. So what we're seeing is displacement, public land being turned private. There's no public benefit. Our teachers are still underpaid. Every single promise was broken, and yet you're trying to do the same thing again. Like it didn't fail miserably the last time. And you guys can say you're being creative, but you're really just trying the same failed strategy. And you need to do better and realize that the public space and the public sector, they're not in opposition to each other. They go hand in hand. And to say that they're competing interests is just a false equivalency. And I'm glad we finally saw the presentation, because one, now you finally admit that what is now an urban forest will be converted to a lawn. It's like saying the botanical garden at Golden Gate Park will be turned into a lawn. And you have the audacity to say that it's the equivalent of green space. But I'm glad we finally saw those pictures, because now the truth is out there. Like, get a grip. Like, climate change is here. We have a flood, we have droughts, and yet you want to build a lawn and a high-rise apartment that nobody here can afford? Think. And then also, that whole presentation, we didn't hear anything about a teacher's salary.
Liliana, your 2 minutes have been reached. Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Sabrina.
Thank you for the opportunity. Ceremony Ridge apartment complex includes 20% affordable housing
when it was originally designed in the late 70s. Today, Serramonte Del Rey is designed by Jefferson Union High School District as a 90% unaffordable project. The tiny percentage of affordable housing being offered is unacceptable. Why should Daly City bear the brunt of an unaffordable project that bulldozes Daly City's only community garden and orchard, while Pacifica and Brisbane are not impacted? Daly City does not benefit from additional unaffordable housing designed for white-collar executives. Please ask staff to develop a plan to increase the percentage of affordable housing across a spectrum of income brackets, including the middle class, seniors, and the most marginalized residents struggling to make rent. Please ask staff to develop a policy to ensure that school property redevelopment benefits Daly City by increasing public green space and public restroom facilities, increasing the percentage of affordable housing, and preserving public access to public lands. Please ask staff for a report on how best to implement affordable housing legislation from SB 9 that allows for single-family lots to transition to duplexes to SB 35 affordable housing density bonus law. Ask the city manager to implement state law AB 361 approved by Governor Newsom in 2021 to increase transparency at public meetings. Please return the subdivision map to Jefferson Union High School District to be redesigned as a walkable community that supports well-designed transit solution and preserves the garden in its current location and trees as well. Affordable housing and green space have been shown to directly reduce violence and gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Chaya.
I have reviewed the plan's website and I am shocked the district would submit a plan with so many serious holes in it. The plan is very vague as to how it intends to actualize what it promises. The pictures may look nice, but I only have time to give you a few examples of what's seriously wrong with this project. It trades public land for a private housing project under the guise of generating revenue to increase teacher and staff salaries. I support increasing teacher and staff salaries, but this plan is ambiguous. What contractual guarantees are made that ensure income from this plan will go to teacher and staff salaries? The plan FAQs state the money from the lease can go into the general fund to be used for any educational purpose. It says nothing specific about the income going to teacher and staff salaries. Once the money goes into the general fund, it can be used for anything. It also fails to demonstrate how much the district expects to receive from the project. Also, the terms of the leases to be negotiated with the developers need to be made available to the public and the council. Without this transparency, the public cannot evaluate the project and the council can't either. How many requirements specified in the Daly City Inclusionary Housing Ordinance will be guaranteed? What mechanism will be used to ensure that units designated as lower and moderate income will remain as such throughout the life of the development? These are just some of the many terms and conditions that are not spelled out in the plan. The district doesn't seem to have this information, and the plan is unlikely to do what it proposes. Currently, the unproven benefit of the plan is certainly not worth the risk of losing the community's use of this irreplaceable public land. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Kristen. Kristen, can you hear us?
Yes. Hi.
Go ahead.
Hi.
Again.
Thank you. My name is Kristen Ashford. I've been a teacher in Daly since 2007, and I'm currently an instructional coach.
working with teachers at all 3 of Daly City's high schools. I see staff leave the district every year because they cannot continue living on JUHSD salaries. Ironically, this means we end up spending more money than other districts in training and hiring new teachers that leave us sooner. However, what's the most heartbreaking loss is that we lose staff trained in far more progressive and effective teacher training programs than even I was in 15 years ago, including Daly City graduates who would prefer to stay in the community they cherish. As you know, we have a roughly 25% turnover rate. This negatively impacts all students and has a more significant effect on our most marginalized. At Jefferson alone, a Title I low-income school, there are 19 teachers who are in their first or second year. That's 30% of the teachers there. So when we talk about this being a social justice issue, yeah, it is for the students and families who live in and love this community. In order to provide our students the best education, we need to retain our staff. Culturally relevant education and anti-racist pedagogy necessitates a foundation of solid relationships with students and the community. How can we do that if we're always hemorrhaging staff? Repeatedly, I've heard comments that say we can raise money other ways. Well, California voters just voted down Prop 15 that would have closed Prop 13's corporate loophole. And a parcel tax is a flat tax that disproportionately impacts low-income folks. Developing Serramonte Del Rey with market rate housing is the only way forward to address the 10 to 40% pay discrepancy between us and other districts without raising taxes. In the end, there will be housing development in Daly City, but all the revenue from developments other than with Serramonte Del Rey would go to corporate profits and not the education of Daly City residents. Because this development is going to happen somewhere, why wouldn't you approve this project that will greatly benefit the children and families of Daly City, your constituents? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have D. Gold.
Hi, I hope you can hear me. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Deej Gold. And I want to thank you for putting off reviewing this proposal and insisting on getting some actual numbers from the school district. We have seen these proponents just put out vague promises. One of the things they're doing is confusing the term affordable housing with the term inclusionary housing, which is a Daly City ordinance, and requires at least 10% to be lower income. That is 80% or less of the area median income. Now, we have a problem because the area median income is so high because of higher income neighborhoods, so that $93,000 is the area median income for a one-person household, and $133,000 is area median income for a four-person household. So if you start going to 120%, which is the limit on affordable housing, you are not creating housing for most of the residents of Daly City, Pacific, or any place else in this area. So at one point we were told that 50% of the workforce housing was affordable. That may be the case, but in fact, according to the Daly City staff report, only 10% actually are designated for lower income. There is a standard that an ordinance that requires that the low income units be built at the same time as the market rate housing, and yet they are going to build 100% market rate housing in Plot B before even beginning work on Plot C, which is the ghetto where they're going to put all the low-income housing units and the Head Start and everything else that is affordable. And there'll be 10 other units scattered someplace on the property. There is no financing. There are no subsidies. There's no financing for the moving of Head Start. So what we have is a project that's going to build market rate housing, and everything else is just going to be a wish and a prayer. So I have more things to say, but thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Julie.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
The current plan for Serramonte Del Rey has a lot of flaws. Many questions of legality and feasibility have not been answered by the school district, even though they spent $6 million on a private consultant for this plan, money they could have been used for teachers and staff. But for instance, the proposed plan is not consistent with the inclusionary housing ordinance on several counts, including not phasing in the affordable housing in the proper time frame, like Deej said, and not distributing that housing throughout the development. But more importantly,
Affordable in this case does not mean it's available to low or very low income people. Making 90% of the apartments market rate is just wrong. Low and very low income housing is what's needed in Daly City. A market rate development does not address that need. It will not help alleviate that need. And any trickle-down theory is just false. There are state laws about the use of surplus land that should be used for low-income housing. The administration building and the parking lot at Serramonte Del Rey are being vacated. Why can't you build housing there across the street from the beautiful garden that is already there and ready to be used? The city council should not approve this project as presented. It won't help the teachers. Even at best, there'll be no money seen for 10 years, and it definitely won't help the Daly City community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Eddie.
Good evening, Daly City Council. I'm calling in for the complete rejection of the development plan for Serramonte Del Rey as planned and a halt to the development process led by JUHSD Board of Trustees and Superintendent staff. The project is a terrible deal for Daly City families and a terrible deal for the environment. The only reason this project was proposed is to destroy Daly City's only community garden, clear cut over 300 trees, and delete Westmore Park. The only reason this is all on the table is because JUHSD and the developers are dangling teacher pay before us. Yet their sole reason to justify the sellout deal has zero proof. And let's think back to the presentation. There was all these great promises, but what was missing? What was the key thing missing? Not a single shred of financial documentation to prove anything, not even a single dollar figure to demonstrate financial benefits for estimated costs. And also, I just want to note on the slide that Trustee Salahuddin presented, they said they looked at Terra Nova High School and Oceana. Both of these high schools are in Pacifica, as Jefferson Union serves both of these cities. Yet, so I want to ask the Daly City Council, why are Daly City residents paying the full price for a district that serves multiple cities? Why is Daly City on the hook to lose our natural resources for this project that has zero proof for the teachers? And also, I want to say this project represents gentrification. If only 10% of the units are affordable, then 90% are unaffordable for the average Daly City family. And if we look at the housing element, the only housing being built is high income housing. So if we can't build affordable housing for Daly City families on public land owned by the people, then where will it be built? The process and tactics of JHSD and their developer consultants has been nothing short of a complete disgrace of the public process. Despite their efforts, even their cherry-picked land use committee, the 7-11 committee, determined if the Serramonte Del Rey was surplus. Their top unacceptable use on the report said, any use for the Serramonte Del Rey site that will cause pollution or harm the environment is unacceptable. So please tell me,
Eddie,
that square with the demolition of the garden, clear cutting 300 trees, and wiping the last native ecosystem of that size off of Daly City's map. How does that square with
Eddie,
pollution?
2 minutes. 2 minutes are up, please. Thank you.
thank you for your comments. Next, we have Carly.
Hi, my name is Carly Burton. I am a senior at Jefferson High School. I'm actually the vice president of Spirit at Jefferson, and I'm in support of the Serramonte Del Rey project because this should truly be a no-brainer. Think about it. You're trying to choose plants over people. Are you not embarrassed by that? Aren't you embarrassed by the fact that you're choosing this garden even though they're building a new one and a preschool and walking trails as a part of this new project over housing for the people that of this community that you said you'd represent? You say you're for education and you say that you're for housing, but when a project like this comes up that addresses both of those essentials, you flop. You decide to play politics and make decisions that clearly aren't beneficial to the people. I'd like to add that the amount of people saying that these houses are an example of gentrification, that they're not affordable to people of color in our community, is insulting. It implies that a person of color can't be successful enough here to be able to pay for affordable housing and housing that's the normal market rate in this city. How dare you? The amount of misinformation surrounding this project is terrifying, and it's because you didn't even allow the district until tonight to give their presentation about their own project. I've never seen so many people ready to fight about something they don't even know the full details of. It's insane. And it's even more insane that even you, the leaders of the city, are so blinded by misinformation that you refuse to see how this project was designed to fund our schools. You can't see the inherent good this project will do for future generations, for future people of color looking to get a quality education for free, for future voters, since that's what you kind of really care about. Some of you went to our schools. Some of you have children who end up going to our schools that are part of the poorest high school district in the county, yet you're making no attempts to help us. It's appalling and it's embarrassing. Please do better. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Dante.
Hello. My name is Dante Amtouch, and I am also a student at Jefferson High School. I've come here today to speak up about the controversy regarding the community garden. First and foremost, I'd like to say that this garden is far from a quote-unquote community garden. I've paid a visit there with a group of people during a student advisory council meeting, and we happened to run into someone who is part of this garden. He was mocking one of the district workers and said things such as, "We're going to tear it down." The feeling was eerie and the interaction was hostile and absurd. I'd also like to bring up the fact that some people are saying that this is their land and the district is trying to take it from them. This is not true. What the district is trying to do is build affordable housing for teachers and staff in the district who are living paycheck to paycheck just to make a simple living. Teachers in this district are in serious need of affordable housing. One teacher from my school wakes up at 4 a.m. and takes BART all the way from Pittsburgh just to go to work because they can't afford to live down here. The district isn't just going to tear down the garden to make luxury buildings. They are relocating and doubling the size of the garden to make it a real community garden for everyone to enjoy. I myself am a Native American and my tribe is Warm Springs. I'm sure if you asked any true Indigenous person what their opinion was on this, they'd say to build affordable homes for the teachers, considering Native Americans are amongst the poorest community in the United States. Another point I'd like to mention is that the supporters of the garden claim that this garden is growing food to feed the community. I find this statement false, considering the fact that there are hardly any fruits or vegetables in sight. From what I recall, there was a small planter box no larger than a shoebox, which shriveled up strawberries in one pot with a small pineapple in it. That's pathetic. There's also not going to be hundreds of trees torn down. There are only 6, and all of which will be replanted on the new campus. I'm no professional, but I think it's common sense that this garden is in a poor area for growing anything. Its high elevation in an area where it is always foggy means that there is little to no sunlight and it is constantly cold. All in all, I support the construction of affordable homes for teachers and staff.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Eden. Eden? Okay, we'll come back to Eden. We have Victoria.
Hello, I'm here. My name is Victoria Becker. I'm a member of Pacifica Social Justice. I'm completely opposed to the Serramonte Del Rey project, which will destroy both an exquisitely beautiful, irreplaceable community garden and the Daly City Park. The development on public land does not even comply with the Daly City Ordinance for inclusionary affordable housing. The only people who stand to benefit from the 1,200 unit market rate project are the developers. No clear financial information has been given, and the teachers are being conned. It's a bad sign when fake so-called housing activist YIMBYs call into your public meetings with absolutely no connection to Daly City housing, pushing for this development and talking about trickle-down housing. In addition, this proposal needs to be called out because it contributes to the ongoing systemic racism, a system which displaces communities of color in the service of increasing market rate housing, which enriches only developers. This project needs to be completely scrapped.
a plan for very low income housing, i.e. public housing, needs to be considered and the community garden preserved. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Eden, we're going to try this again. Okay, we'll move on to Michael.
Hello there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, good evening. My name is Michael Rubin. I'm a class of 2002 Westmore grad, and this is my 15th year serving Daly City as a math teacher. I am deeply invested in our community, and I'm really excited about the opportunities the Serramonte Del Rey development will possibly afford us. As we all know, a classroom is full of 30 or more human beings with varying social, emotional, and academic needs. I've spent years studying, implementing, and refining practices for supporting emotional wellness, scaffolding content, fostering collaborative group work, and supporting English language learners. I know I'm a better teacher for the time I've spent learning with colleagues and the incredible young people of Daly City. And that's why it's so disheartening when a significant portion of our experienced teaching staff leaves us every year, because it's our young people who ultimately pay the price by not having consistent, experienced staff. And these teachers, they're not leaving the profession. They're going to districts that can pay them a living wage. And they all say the same thing. Daly City students are great. The teaching community is so supportive. I just don't have the energy to work an extra retail job. I want to get married. I want to be able to afford kids of my own. And I don't blame these teachers, but I do regret that teaching in Daly City requires one to be financially privileged or willing to make significant personal sacrifices. We have an incredible opportunity with the Serramonte Del Rey development to resolve our staffing crisis and support the families and children in our community. I really hope we're allowed to take advantage of this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Devontae.
Hi, good evening. I am here to oppose the Serramonte Del Rey project. I just want to echo what a lot of folks have already said, starting with our environment, starting with climate change, right? Cutting down trees, all that does, it reinforces climate change, right? And I know the project is saying how, we can replant more plants and stuff and create like a new garden, but it doesn't always, it's not sufficient enough, right? We already have a beautiful garden already, you know what I'm saying? And I firmly believe there's a way for us to develop a plan where we can, create resources and housing for staffing teachers while still keep the garden, while still keep the park, and still, still make that happen, right? There's this false narrative that I feel like the teacher salaries use as a shield in order to develop more areas that that should be allocated more towards teacher salaries, right? And like what folks are saying, teachers are leaving, but just because you're going to create like another, develop more land and make it more attractive, that doesn't necessarily mean that teachers are going to stay. And I feel like that's also just like kind of like a false narrative. That's what my thoughts are. There's definitely ways, and I feel like we come together as a community, discuss it more. There's ways to keep the garden and the park while still developing teacher and staff housing, which is already in development already from what folks are saying. So that's where I'm at with it. And I end my comment here.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Andrea.
Good evening, City Council. I am here to comment in against the housing that is trying to be made. I think first and foremost,
as city council, I think the most important thing that y'all need to understand is that whole presentation that was presented to the public and to y'all. If this was a business proposal in the real world, and for any company that was trying to submit a business proposal and there was no figures or any promising of money being promised like on a business proposal, if I didn't see any of that, I wouldn't accept the business proposal. I would immediately dispose of it. This whole presentation did not show any figures of it actually going back to the teacher's salary, and that is the most concerning part of this whole situation. I think everyone can agree that we all want to pay our teachers more, as we want to have sufficient teachers. As given tonight's comments, it's a little discouraging to see that people are commenting they don't understand the importance of plants. But overall, I just think that we really there needs to be a better way of figuring out how to find affordable housing as well as paying our teachers. Start with rent control. I mean, the fact that you guys are trying to push it as market rate versus affordable is already a signal within itself that it's clearly not going to work. If majority of the Daly City community doesn't even make the average median salary to connect it. And let's not forget too that in that proposal that it was shown that it was in a luxury area, as if not yesterday, Serramonte was nearly flooded by the freeway. So if there was a state of emergency, I think it would be really hard for your community to, find safety, which is already concerning within itself, and that you guys want to build high-rise market rate, which isn't affordable, let's be clear, housing. Anyways, that's my comment. Think smartly about this. Clearly it's not smart, so thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Melissa.
Hello, my name is Melissa Ambrose. I work in Jefferson Union High School District and have for 20 years. And you've heard from me. I spoke last meeting. I've also written you emails, so I'm not going to take up too much of your time. What I want to say is that you've heard over and over that one side believes there's misinformation, the other side agrees, and I feel concerned about that. I feel concerned about how you are going to weed through these really complicated issues. So I just want to put that out there. There's a lot of rhetoric being used that's confusing, I think, to everybody. But my biggest point is, as the wellness coordinator for the district and a mental health practitioner and someone who loves the students of our district, there is nothing more trauma informed. There is nothing more resiliency promoting than keeping a consistent staff who is high quality. And I think you all know that. And about 70% of the students in Jefferson Union High School District live in Daly City. They are your constituents. Their parents and guardians are your constituents, and their well-being is critical. And it is terrible for them, and it is traumatizing for them to have staff roll over and over and over. And I know you all know that. So if you oppose this, oppose it, but come up with some other way to contribute to the young people who live in Daly City, contribute significantly to their well-being, contribute significantly to their education, help them feel that they are as important as the students in the neighboring districts where teachers get paid much more, where school buildings are higher quality, where they have lower staff to student ratios. You guys figure out a way to bring income in to help those young people who are the people who are going to be voting. And not just voting, but living and solving the problems that we have left in this messy, messy, complicated, very struggling world. And the fact that we are all fighting over this in a public district shows how complicated our social issues have become, because actually all of us are probably on the quote unquote same side of most issues. So this is very painful, and I wish you the best of luck to figure it out, because it is an issue that needs to be dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Jennifer. Jennifer, I will need to temporarily promote you to panelist to make your comment.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Jennifer Michelle, and I first of all wanted to thank you, council members, vice mayor, and mayor for your time. I'm calling to support as a parent of an IEP, a second grade student. I have been I listening to all the comments, and I just wanted to shout out to Eddie, who I believe lives in South City, not in this city, to Dante, to Michael Rubin, and Carly Burton. Oh, and Kristen Ashford. So our children are going to be faced with unimaginable challenges, and we must set them up to win. We are reinvesting in ourselves, our children, and sending the message to neighboring cities that we care about our people and our children. This is a win-win, and as a property manager in reviewing the scope, it's all inclusive. I mean, the district has done an amazing job in putting this together. So congratulations. But time is of the essence. This project has been in the works for 4 years now. And in 4 years, right, our freshmen will be freshmen in college. So we have no time to waste. And I just wanted to say that housing stabilizes housing everywhere. So it's not that we're creating a ghetto, it's we're creating stable housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Alyssa.
Hi, everybody. So first of all, let me establish my credibility. I've been teaching in the Jefferson Union High School District. This is my 30th year. I've taught at Serramonte Del Rey for the 10 minutes it was reopened back in the early 90s. So I know that building inside and out. It needs to be bulldozed. It is a crime against everything. I taught at Thornton High School for 3 years. I have spent the rest of my career at Terra Nova, but also serving Daly City students because we are one open enrollment district. Now, let me tell you something. First of all, let's state that housing is a moral good. These are not luxury apartments. These are apartments. These are apartments that my students' families, that Jefferson High School students' families would be able to afford. These are good housing units. They are high density on a transit line. You want to talk about climate change? What is a better way of fighting it than reducing fossil fuel emissions by putting high density housing on a transit line? Now, I had to notice that so many of the people speaking in opposition to the project didn't state where they lived, didn't state where they worked. And so I've been sitting here Googling, because a quick social media search will show you that they don't live here. They don't work here, and they don't care about our kids. Jefferson Union High School District has one job: educate our children. By holding up this project, you are interfering in that mission. You are interfering with a moral good, both in providing housing and in providing a quality education. Please get out of the way and let us do this good work together. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Ed.
Good evening. My name is Ed Lopez. I'm a 28-year veteran teacher of JUHSD. I'm here to speak in favor of the proposed SDR development project. To date, the opposition has yet to present a viable option to the SDR project. The arguments are at best based on half-truths or at worst outright lies. As I see it, there are 3 outcomes.
The first is to vote yes, which I prefer. The second is to delay. The third is to vote no. If you vote no, which one of you are going to ask Daly City taxpayers for more money so JHSD can pay teachers and staff competitive salaries? Which one of you are going to ask the fire department, the public works department, the police department to reduce their budgets to give it to the JHSD budget? Because that's one of their ideas. To the taxpayers watching, if this council goes against the recommendation of the Planning Commission, the endorsement of the San Mateo Labor Council, of the endorsement of JUHSD AFT 1481, of Jefferson Elementary AFT 3267, and of the JUHSD School Board, our only option will be to come to you for more of your hard-earned tax dollars. Please don't side with a small but vocal minority. Instead, support the people who educate the children of the taxpayers of Daly City. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Michaela.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, well, first off, I would just like to say hello, Madam Mayor, and hello, City Council. I just want to speak on behalf as a student here, a student at Westmore High School and a Daly City resident. Most people that have opposed the project have said they want to protect a community garden and protect a Westmore Park. But the community garden that they talk about, I haven't heard of my whole life. I've lived in Daly City for 17 years, haven't heard a thing. My parents, they have also lived their whole life in Daly City. My dad went to Westmore and he hasn't heard a thing about it. And then for Westmore Park, I have visited Westmore Park ever since I was a child, and I've barely seen no more than 5 people at the park. We don't use it. The extracurriculars, they don't use it. For teams conditioning, they haven't crossed the park, they have just passed it. They haven't went into it, passed it. Same for PE. We've never went through the park, we only went around the perimeter of it. Through this project, we can actually use that space, use the community garden, use that space for both, for student benefit and for staff. I had to walk so many teachers who I've made connections with and talked to, who have fully supported every single student, have tried their best to help educate students, support them in any way they can. They had to leave all because they couldn't afford to live here anymore. One of them recently I made a connection with for 4 years, and he had to leave because of housing. There are other friends of mine that have seen teachers leave, all because they couldn't afford to live in Daly City. This project that was proposed for today and people are opposing clearly be losing a lot more teachers that we could be using and for future generations to be educated. I just wanted to say today that I fully support it as a student.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have April.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm a Daly City resident. I've been a Daly City resident for 30 years and raised my 3 girls here who went to Jefferson Union High School District High Schools. And I ran Girl Scout troops for 13 years. The community garden that you speak about is actually a district garden. It's not a community garden, but if there were a community garden, I could take my 2 grandsons over to the garden. I live walking distance, and they could use some of the plot in order to raise their own vegetables and fruits and watch them grow. They could bike in the area. They could go to the tot lot. When the Westmore Park is fixed, they could play on the basketball courts, which would be refurbished. And as a principal in Jefferson Union High School District, I've been an administrator for 15 years in this district, and I've watched so many excellent teachers leave actually in tears for southern areas that paid more. And they left crying because they just couldn't afford to live here anymore or to work here anymore and live in the Bay Area. So if we had both affordable and market rate housing, the market rate housing would do the job of helping to raise the money that could be used to pay salaries of our teachers and keep them here. As a resident, I beg you to please stop listening to the special interest groups and start listening to those of us who are residents who live nearby.
It will be a huge service if we take away the eyesore that is the falling down Serramonte Del Rey and turn it into housing that actual people could live in. I would love my daughters to be able to live in apartments that are nearby, that are market rate, and then they could be helping contribute to teacher salaries in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Monica.
Hello. Hello, Mayor Manalo and City Council and members of the community. My name is Monica Casey, and I'm the president of the Union AFT 1481 for Jefferson Union High School District. I've already emailed, written, spoken previously. I'm assuming that you've gotten my messages, so I'm not going to go through all of it. But I just want to say that I and the staff of Jefferson Union High School District have been involved in the vision and mission of these projects. You know, we hear about them, we ask about them, and it's a little disturbing that someone would think that people that are in education are being, you know, not looking hard at this type of proposal. I want to mention that Daly City, like all Bay Area cities, must add new housing units per the state of California, and you'll have to add them somewhere. So I don't understand why people are so opposed to this. It's going to happen somewhere in Daly City. As union president, my job is to get the best working conditions for our staff so that they can best serve our students and community. This would do that. This would help. It's not going to make it magical, but it's going to help. So the union fully supports the district's plans of the Serramonte Del Rey site. And thank you so much for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Pat.
Hi, Mayor Manalo and Council. My name is Pat Murray. I'm a trustee on the South San Francisco Unified School District School Board, but I'm speaking on my own behalf and not for our board. I'm here to give comment on the Jefferson Union High School District Serramonte Del Rey project. I followed this project over the last several months because I think it's brilliant. The plans show a beautiful family-friendly community. They have thought of everything. As a school board member, I know the monetary struggles we endure in education. Teachers have to beg for raises and often have to move down the peninsula to higher paying school districts. We have to search for money to upgrade our facilities in grants, donations, or by swapping projects, prioritizing the emergent ones. We have to deprive our students of amazing opportunities and programs because, again, we have to prioritize those most needed for the most kids. Long story short, we're always looking for money so that we can best serve our students. This project allows your school district to have an ongoing income to support their students. Your school board members have shown the courage to move forward with it and should be commended. As you probably know, good schools draw families to your city, and those families bring important resources into your city. I encourage you to lift the roadblocks for this project, work with your school district, and improve it as soon as possible. If you don't, I want to know what teachers you're willing to have leave your schools. What programs and classes are you willing to cut? What kids are you willing to lose? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Sharon. Sharon, I will need to temporarily promote you to panelist to make your 2-minute comment. Sharon, please unmute.
I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Your time has begun.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Daly City Council members. I wanted to thank all participants' comments tonight, whether you oppose or approve this project. Certainly raises awareness and concerns. I support the district proposed plan because I'm fighting for the best education the children in our community deserves, and I'm standing by the Jefferson Union High School District. Frankly, there are no comparisons between the supporters and the detractors. The small group stated how this garden is used to support and feed our community in need. If this is so, where's the data that proves this is serving our community? What is the percentage of our community that continues to benefit from this garden? This is not your garden. This land is owned by the district. This is an instructional garden that has been taken over by a few people who have recently changed and increased the size of for the purpose of making you believe that it has always been this way. There has not been any factual information shared by them to suggest that saving this garden is more important than that of saving our students' education. Saving this garden is simply not a good reason why the undertaking of the Ceremony del Rey project should not take place. This project will provide the much needed housing we need. It will generate income revenue that will greatly aid over 500 Jefferson Union High School District staff and have thousands of students now and in the future. We know there's a rising shortage of teachers and staff. Our district has the lowest funded district. It is unfortunate that no matter how brilliant and creative the plans, the Board of Trustees have said that these actions are being questioned. Why are the students being subjected to believe that this is the best education the public school system can offer? They need consistency and not disruptions. As a parent, a community supporter, and an officer with the Jefferson Council PTA, our role is to advocate, serve, and represent thousands of our students in the elementary and high school districts. The Jefferson Council and all its PTA unanimously agreed and adopted a resolution in support of this project. To reject this project,
Sharon.
education is not important. Help us save our school. Please approve this project.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, we have Joss.
I have lived and been a taxpayer in Daly City my whole life, and I can't afford to live here. I know this plan will be ongoing, but I want to just say save Westmark Park, save the garden, and to clarify, there is various fruits and vegetables that have been grown for years and currently being grown along with various native species at the garden. And there's pictures and documents that prove that, and it's always been there and supplying nourishment, although we may have not known about it because it was kept controlled by the district. And I want to point out that the guy that explained the plan that said a park is important to the community, but they didn't include the plan includes building a new district office and parking over Westmark Park. There is not a housing shortage as there is apartments that sit empty in Daly City. In the storm yesterday, there were unhoused people sleeping on the sidewalk in Daly City. I just want to say this was the same intent with Ceremony Ridge Apartments that the district is still getting paid on, and that they are getting paid on the empty doctor office and parking lot across the street from that I used to go to when I was little that sit right next to the garden. That many tenants will actually lose their affordable housing at Ceremony Ridge very soon. We've talked to that community and they're very concerned. Those that believe in preserving the garden park are not against teachers or teacher housing. Like, come on, we are previous students, we are constituents. It's not the land's fault that teachers in district aren't getting paid, that they are leaving. It's yours, honestly. You, the politicians and local officials, why haven't you helped them? We, the community, and that includes the teachers, students, and districts, shouldn't be against each other. We should be working together. We all live under capitalism that came through colonization, which is continued with real estate projects like this. You can't just move nature, trees, animals, fruits, vegetables, all the native species will be displaced. The time I've spent at the garden has been so healing and a breath of fresh air, literally. It may not be perfect, and we are dedicated to actively helping preserve it, but it's been cultivated by love and dedicated community members. Both the garden and Westmark Park have been there for families for years, and during this pandemic, we are still in. Westmark Park should all have been restored long ago and shown love, just as Polaris Park is. If any building should be built, it's a community cultural center.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Kat.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So my name is Kat Wortham. I'm with the Housing Action Coalition. I want to just say that we are in strong support of this plan and also dispel some of the myths that I've heard from constituents and residents tonight.
One of the first is about climate change. One of the best mitigations to climate change is building dense infill housing where people aren't commuting via car from long distances. I know this very well. I grew up in Stockton and my mom commuted all the way to Oakland my entire life. That is not good for the planet. Building housing where there are jobs is good for the planet. Second, this idea of trickle-down housing. The idea is that today's market rate apartments are tomorrow's rent-controlled units. And if you can't get on board with that, then you don't actually care about affordable housing. The way our system is set up is that you need market rate housing to be built for you to receive affordable units at all. So if you don't support market rate housing, you don't support affordable units. If you have a problem with that system, that's a much bigger federal issue to take up, not with this one proposal. And then third, this is a fantastic proposal. There's so much being proposed that would benefit the community. So I'd really urge the council to think about that moving forward after this item is brought back to council in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Hiba.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm honestly very troubled by some of these comments and how aggressive some of the teachers in our school district sound when they're making these public comments. And I'd honestly be concerned if they were the teacher of my kids, but that's a whole other issue. I also would like to mention that I am Palestinian American. I literally come from a community that is also Indigenous, and we face ethnic cleansing. And I just wanted to comment that most Indigenous people would never give up their land and their community spaces to perpetuate a form of capitalism and displacement. How tone deaf is it weeks after Indigenous Peoples Day to say this project is not a big deal when you're literally displacing people and wildlife? Land holds history and builds community. Developments like this don't. Another point I'd like to make is that I am a Westmore alumni, born and raised in Daly City. I volunteer and I currently work here. Once again, to say I am for saving the garden and Westmore Park. Before even attending high school, but also while in high school, I would often go to Westmore Park because it was one of the few safe spaces around the school that I could go to as a youth. Working with the youth in our community, which you all would know if you cared enough to ask, they would tell you that there are no safe spaces around most of the schools in the district. A direct quote from a youth I work with when asked when she or her peers go or where they basically hang out after school, the answer was the mall or the streets. The first slide of the presentation was such a beautiful picture with a beautiful landscape, nothing like the outside of any of the schools in the district. Thornton High School, which is a school to prison pipeline school, literally looks like a prison on the outside. That is a space where some of the most at-risk youth in our district are exposed to regularly. Imagine how harming it is to be learning in that environment that looks like that. To be completely transparent, I understand where the school district and teachers are coming from. I also am for affordable housing, a high quality education, and above all, the safety and well-being of our students. I completely believe that teachers deserve to be paid more, but I can't support this development. I'm not going to sacrifice our community's green spaces, our youth's safe spaces, and the displacement of our community members who use these spaces regularly. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Gladwin.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm Gladwin D'Souza from the Sierra Club. I have 5 asks. 852 Campus Drive was built with 20% affordable housing in the 70s. This proposal only builds 10% of the 1225 units to be affordable. Please ask staff for a policy to increase the amount of affordable housing across all income brackets and distribute it throughout the project. 2, please ask staff to put together a policy on how school property redevelopment can benefit A, increasing public open space as safe spaces versus the private parks presented today. B, increasing affordable housing. C, preserving public access to public lands. And D, linking to good transit with 10 minutes or faster frequency. 3, please ask staff for a report on how to implement the various state housing bills from SB 9 to SB 35 in the housing element. 4, ask staff to implement AB 361 on transparent meetings by REVAS 2021. And 5, San Mateo built a massive development like this called Bay Meadows directly adjacent to Hillsdale Caltrain Station. And most residents drive from there. The transit use is close to 5% and bike trips are under 1%. That's because market rate housing has drivers invested in driving. The current door-to-door transit trip for this project is about an hour with transfers. So please return the subdivision map for a better project organized around walkable high-frequency transit that preserves the garden and trees in their current location. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council, for taking a thoughtful approach to this project.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Suzanne.
Good evening, City Council and staff and school board. My name is Suzanne Moore, Pacifica resident, retired nurse practitioner and former primary care provider at the Daly City Clinic. Currently, I'm a member of Pacific Housing for All and sitting board member on healthcare for the homeless, and I speak for myself this evening. I want to thank Council and the school board for its efforts to create workforce housing and additional low-income community housing. We desperately need to stabilize housing for our teachers and for low-wage earners in our community. Housing is necessary for life and health. We're in a remarkable moment of time when our federal, state, and county governments all have prioritized the need to assist our unhoused and are creating funding to support that effort. Our Board of Supervisors recently unanimously supported a regional program to reduce our unsheltered homelessness by 75% in 3 years. But inherent in that program is a need to create truly affordable, extremely low and low-income housing that remains affordable in perpetuity. Serramonte Del Rey provides this chance. From the report from staff, it appears that 100 units of low-income housing are proposed in addition to the workforce housing, but this number is inadequate at a time of economic recovery from COVID and a regional housing crisis. I believe public land should be used for much needed permanently low to extremely low income housing, and I hope that Serramonte Del Rey can increase the numbers of these desperately needed units. I understand there are multiple community concerns surrounding this project, and I believe this is a remarkable opportunity to bring the community together, create homes for many low-income families, stabilize school district monies that can equitably pay for our educators and staff, and provide a legacy for this council that will be a beacon for others. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Ethan. Ethan, I'll need to temporarily promote you to panelist and make your 2-minute comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Manalo, Vice Mayor Dr. Daus Magwal, and the members of the City Council. My name is Ethan Mizzi. I believe that this development plan should be approved. The Jefferson Union High School District desperately needs funds. It is one of the most underfunded school districts in this county, and land leasing is one of the best ways for local governments to find sustainable long-term funding. As you should already know, we are in a housing crisis. Every municipality in the Bay Area and the state as a whole has failed to build enough housing to meet the demand for decades. There's absolutely no reason for you to oppose this project. You get more constituents and new property taxes, and the Jefferson Union High School District gets revenue. It's that simple. Daly City has to meet its RHNA numbers, and the high school district desperately needs money. Please do not listen to the NIMBYs. Please support the preliminary plan. Don't listen to the lies and harassment that's being spewed by the opponents of this project. You all know that if this were any other city with any other school district, this wouldn't be an issue. I can't believe the city council of one of the largest cities on the peninsula is listening to and pandering to a bunch of NIMBY bullies who don't even live in your city. Stop the political grandstanding and do what's right. Approve the project. Thank you for your time and have a nice evening.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Mr. Karkarsis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sean Carcases. I'm a 5th-year teacher out of JUHSD. I'm in support of this community project. It doubles the green space, and it's going to lead to a lot more apartments in our area.
Now, I guess a lot of people don't really understand the concept of supply and demand, but it's driving me crazy. Okay. When the demand is high, the price is high. So how do you fix that? You add more to the price. It's not rocket science. And as a teacher, our district has done everything possible to try to get money. Everything. This is one of our last tries. The struggle is not that simple. I myself have spoke to Kevin Mullen's office, Jackie Spears, and even Gavin Newsom's office. No one is willing to help us. No one. And the fact that people are coming out with fake information, trying to lead us down the wrong path is just utterly wrong. Now, a few years ago, I actually did stand on the side of the road with a sign asking for a 5% raise. That brought us up to $55,000 a year as a fifth-year teacher. Now, if I chose to go to South City School District, I'd be making $67,000 a year. God forbid if I went to San Mateo Unified High School District, I'd be making $91,000 a year. As it is, all I do is work. I love my job. I do. But why do I have to decide between my community, somewhere I've been raised my whole life? I'm from Daly City. I live in Pacifica. This isn't fair. I'm trying here. Just please, just at least hear this out and look at the information. Don't go off of random people just saying things. It is crazy how much fake information we're seeing here. If you don't believe me, fine. Look up the information for yourself. That's all I got to say. Chabot.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Aaron. Aaron, I'll need to temporarily promote you to panelist.
Good evening, Mayor Manalo, Vice Mayor Das Magwal, and members of the council. My name is Erin Kaiser, and I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the San Mateo Central Labor Council. And we are urging you to support this project. I don't need to sit here and tell you about all of the good that this is going to do for your community. You've already heard it. You've already heard about how your teachers are suffering. Your teachers are hurting. The people that educate the children of Daly City need your help. This project provides the funding that can help them. This project improves your schools. This project improves the lives of your teachers. This project improves the lives of your students, and this project improves your community. It's time for the Daly City Council to step up, to listen to your partners in the Union High School District, to listen to your teachers, and to listen to the community members that matter the most. Your students who are coming to you and telling you that they need this. Your teachers who are coming to you and telling you that they need this. It's time for you to stop playing around and listen. The San Mateo Central Labor Council is supporting this project because that's what we need to do in order to help our union members, our teachers who are highly educated and who are telling you that they can't afford to live in your city and that they can't afford to continue working in this school district. Their colleagues are leaving because this school district is underfunded and it needs these funds. This project provides the funds to allow that to happen. Support your teachers, support your students, support your community. Approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Emily. Emily will be temporarily promoted to panelist to make your 2-minute comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening. Thank you for hearing my comments in support of the Ceremony Del Rey Revitalization Project. I spoke at the last council meeting as well. Once again, I'm a special ed teacher, AKA transition specialist at JUHSD. I've worked at Ceremony Del Rey since 2007. 699 Ceremony Boulevard is not a suitable building to house our district office, and it is certainly not a suitable place to educate our students, especially students with IEPs,
who are some of the most vulnerable students in the district. I was talking to a parent just the other day, and she was telling me that it broke her heart that her son has to go into that building every day for school. Please don't delay this project any longer. Our students deserve change now. They've waited long enough. We do not have the time, money, or resources to adjust this plan or go back to the drawing board. Since 2007, I've seen many different admin teams come and go. The issue of staff retention and high turnover is not new, but this admin team and this board of trustees have finally come up with a solution. I thank them and appreciate them. I also reject any narrative that suggests this project is being rushed or not done with transparency. You can watch all the previous board meetings on YouTube. See for yourself. Please approve this plan, which will also greatly benefit the community at large with much needed housing, green space, and resources. If you've been to the current property, I'd imagine and hope that you could see this as a massive improvement, a wonderful contribution to the community, including a new ADA accessible community garden. Please approve this plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Dana. Dana, you'll be temporarily promoted to panelist to make your 2-minute comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Approval of the Saramonte Del Rey project would allow Jefferson Union High School District to fund itself and improve the quality of education in our community. We educate approximately 5,000 students annually, and our students' ability to thrive academically is being challenged over an abandoned school garden that gave a small apartment complex solace during a pandemic. The space you refer to now has been watered at the expense of public education. In addition to being a Westlake resident, a mother of a 4th grader, I am also a special educator in JUHSD and have been for 8 years. In that time, we have had 5 superintendents, 4 special ed directors. Westmore High School has had 5 principals. Jefferson has had 3. The district rehires 25% of its staff brand new every year. We have contracted special education teachers from the Philippines to teach our neediest students. 7 to 10% of our special ed support staff is hired from educational temp agencies because the district cannot fill positions due to low wages and high benefit copays. You can't run a fruitful business with 75% staff, some temps, and a new CEO every 2 years. How can we educate generations with less? The cost of this revolving door of educators is that our students do not grow. Please be the city council that created a fertile environment for our community to plant, grow, and harvest knowledge, not plants against a hillside. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Victoria.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm a Daly City resident and a Jefferson High School parent. I'm sitting here listening and I feel for you all. I understand that you get pushed and pulled in all directions from so many people, each one with their own agenda. After being on a committee whose only purpose was to advise the school board whether or not they needed a particular parcel of their property for instructional use, I myself had baseless accusations and even obscene hand gestures hurled at me by people who had no idea what I was doing there, but just wanted to sling mud. And my committee members and I weren't even in a position of any power to make a decision. I've heard many comments, mostly from people outside our community who don't actually understand what a school board is, trying to paint them as some kind of rich fat cats who want to hold down oppressed citizens. I know that you know that that is exactly the opposite of the truth. Our school district employees and our school board are people who work hard every day and well into the night to do all they can for our kids. The school board's mandate as elected officials is to prioritize our students and to figure out how to do what is best for them. And it's so frustrating and sad to hear them being attacked
when all they're doing is advocating for our kids. I think it's extremely important that you consider who exactly is coming here and writing you letters to support the district's plan to use their existing assets to better serve our students. It's not only the entire education community, from individual students and parents to larger organizations like the Jefferson Council PTA and the Teachers Union. It's also community advocates like the Housing Leadership Council, Community Equity Collaborative, Peninsula for Everyone, the Housing Action Coalition, and State Senator Josh Becker, who support this project. I hope you'll listen to community advocates who live here in Daly City and work tirelessly to make it better for our families. We're coming here with facts about the good this project will do for the people who love our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Rick.
There we go. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Rick Pacheco, and to give you a little bit of credibility, my parents, Fernando and Annie, were born and raised in San Francisco in 1930. But in 1960, they made a decision to move our family of 6, 2 boys and 2 girls, to the top of the hill area. We're still here today. My mom, Annie, worked for the Daly City Police Department for 26 years and retired in 1989. Pam, you know her because you sit next to her when you talk with Maria Brizuela. I recently retired from the Jefferson Elementary School District in August, so I was very invested in our school district. My significant other is still a middle school teacher at one of our local schools, science teacher. It's exciting to be in the community, and we're at the theater, or we're at shopping, or we're at Kaiser's, and we're recognized because these kids know that we've made an impact in their lives. Jefferson Elementary School District recently broke ground on the faculty and staff housing on Eastmore. And I know you're proud of that because Jefferson Elementary School District and the high school district, our city has 2 projects concurrently going. But it wasn't soon enough for my niece, who was a speech pathologist in our school district for 3 years. She relocated with her family to Brentwood with her husband and 3 daughters. So we here in Old Daly City, top of the hill, have witnessed growth projects. 6800 Mission, which is at the corner of Westlake, 88 Hillside, 4619 Brunswick, and the homes on Ocean View above East Vista. Rod, you know where that is because you've been to our parties on East Vista. That is vibrant community. That's vibrant neighborhood. So all I guess I can say is, it's just one man's opinion, one who's been here proudly since 1960 in 94014. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Josh.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thanks. My name is Josh Featherston. I'm an instructional coach and teacher at Jefferson High School. I've been in our district for about 7 years. It's been 5 years teaching at Jefferson. And I'm here to voice my support for the Serramonte Del Rey project, which will better fund the JUHSD school district and help it provide high quality instruction for its students. As an instructional coach, I can speak to the challenges we have in training teachers to give high quality instruction to the students who deserve it. It's hard when you spend so much time, energy, and resources on teachers who eventually leave to go to a district that, simply because they can't afford to live here. In my 5 years at Jefferson High School, I've seen over half of our teaching staff turn over, and that trend isn't changing anytime soon with the increases in cost of living. I've seen our district do everything they can to improve funding, including parcel taxes, and it's just not enough. Please give us this opportunity to support our students and our staff to give our students the education they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Eric. Eric, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hi, how are you all? I hope well. I know it's late. I'm incredibly tired. I've actually been multitasking and grading papers.
I teach in the district. I teach 4 AP courses. I teach, I coach cross country, and I've been waiting to voice my favor for this project. I've been in the district about 10 years, and it's increasingly unsustainable. I love working in my community. I love our students. And my students come from Daly City. They come from Pacifica. They come from Brisbane. And give me a second. I'm trying to kind of like go half notes and half speaking from the heart. There's a lot of things that people have said tonight, but when I think about like when all the chips are down and everything is said and done, we need to figure out how to get our educators enough pay to stay here. That's the bottom line. And if it's not for this project, where is it going to come from? And I haven't heard a single other solution other than the Serramonte Del Rey project. In addition to that, I hear a lot about this community garden, and I feel that because I was the advisor for our school's garden club for years. And, when you think about a community garden, you see all these people saying it's a community garden. I mean, think like, how many of them can walk onto any campus in our school district and say that it's theirs too? I mean, I just ran out of time, but, thank you for listening to me, and I hope you approve this project.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Kiana.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Kiana Perez, and I am one of the many supporters for the redevelopment program at Serramonte Del Rey. Though I am no longer a student for this district, I believe I would have benefited greatly from this project, and I wish it would have been offered during my time. I am an alumni from Westmore High School, and yet I believe my greatest education came from SF State. I do believe that proper funding and care for the professors at my university is a direct result of my maximized learning. However, my argument is, why must we wait to get a proper education? What will happen to the students who do not have the privilege to get a higher education past high school? Will they have to suffer because of lack of funding and proper teachers? Now this land, Serramonte Del Rey, is home to a so-called community garden and unused buildings. Many of us have said that we have never heard of this community garden. How can it be a community if so many of the residents in Daly City do not have a connection to it? However, what we do know is this proposal. This meeting is a way to get everyone's opinions out in the open, and we should take what we can from this meeting to not oppose the proposal in its entirety, but to answer the burning questions such as the financial numbers that were proposed today. Because I still believe to start this project means to put our students first and to show them what a fitting education looks like. As one of the presenters said, this plan cannot help everyone, but I do believe we are going to be helping the most underserved parts of our community with this plan. And I believe it will keep helping the future generations of Daly City. Please approve this project because it is not just about affordable housing, but to give our students the education they rightfully deserve. On a closing note, thank you, Mayor and council members, for your time and listening to our proposal. I'm sure you had a long day and your time is deeply appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have a call-in. You can press *6 to unmute.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Thank you so much for your time. I'm starting my timer. Hi there. My name is Jack Hebb. Full transparency. I'm a volunteer with Peninsula for Everyone in HLC, and I live in Half Moon Bay, and I have lived here for 23 years. And I'm calling in support of the project because I stand in solidarity with the students at Jefferson High School. When I graduated from Half Moon Bay High School in 2016, in my 4 years there, we had 3 principals. Every year they would leave. My senior year of high school, all of my favorite teachers pulled me aside during class and said,
I'm so sorry. I won't be here. I won't be here for your little brother, who I know you said to take my course. Okay, like I just want the council members to understand the trauma and how you feel just displaced and unwanted and unvalued when all of your favorite teachers are going to Aragon High School, when they're going to Palo Alto High School, when they're going to Santa Clara Unified School District. Like, and also these comments about like, we don't know if the money's actually going to go to teachers' salaries, it's going to go into the general fund. Dude, how do you think they repair the leaks in the roof? How do you think you get a US history textbook that's printed after 9/11? How do you get expo markers that right? Okay, this is such a clear yes for the board. Moreover, you guys have to deal with your RENA numbers. You have to put the housing somewhere. Please, I'm begging you to listen to all the teachers and all the students who've called in favor of this project and decide to allocate your RENA numbers in a place that's going to help us achieve our greenhouse gas emission targets by putting people closer to transit and fund our schools. It's such a clear yes. I'm begging you. Thank you for your time and have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Justin.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, hi. My name is Justin Marcelino, and I am the first runner-up for Daly City Youth Poet Laureate, and I'm also a Jefferson High School student. And I say yes to the Jefferson Union High School's plan to continue since it provides affordable housing for everyone, and having all the money go to the school district would benefit the teachers, entertain its teachers, staff members. We all know that housing is a huge necessity for everyone, and a lot of people can't afford to live in the Bay Area. A lot of teachers are leaving Jefferson High School because of the expenses for renting or living here. With that in mind, more teachers will be leaving and we need more teachers. This plan would help benefit the JUHSD community, the students, and its teachers, since we are in need of more teachers. Teaching is hard no matter what, including the fact that the teachers have to think about their housing. It's also hard enough to keep the good teachers. You have to have a special place and a good financial place. Having more benefits that would attract more teachers and more funding to our school district would provide better education for us students. And having better learning systems for children would certainly improve our community. And I think that's what all of us hope for. The main goal of this plan is to make our place better, and major improvements can be made with better funding from this construction plan. Having a garden benefits everyone because of the green space. And about the community garden, it's not like it's going to be gone when it's just going to be moved into another place, especially if they're planning to make the community garden better. Proceeding with this plan will give a huge benefit to the community since the children are the torchlight to our future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have a call-in. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hi. Yeah, so I'm a little confused about this plan, so maybe somebody can help me out. So as of today, October 25th, 2021, we're failing our kids, right? So I want to make sure as a parent, where are the parents calling in? I'm yet to hear any parents calling in saying my kids are not receiving the education that they need, that they should be getting. It sounds to me like the building of the units, of the apartments, 1,200 plus units, that's a lot. I mean, I don't know, could we do better in building a better school or a better way of educating the children or not? So a couple questions on that. Also, that caused really a traffic nightmare up there. So, I mean, I could be mistaken, but it's going to create a lot of congestion, I would imagine, too. And, just really, how about the gardens? I mean, this is about the community. There's a lot of call-ins about the community and how it's going to affect the environment. And only 10% of the units are affordable. And I'm thinking that the demand is low right now for housing and the supply is high. There's actually apartments available across the street, if I recall, driving down Ceremony Boulevard.
and there's apartments available in Westlake and all kinds of places. But I think the demand is actually low for housing at the moment. So I would imagine that there's going to be a 20 to 40% vacancy rate at these 1,200 unaffordable units. So just my thought, I mean, this would be a disaster. I think the only individuals that would be benefiting would be the developer. I don't see how the kids are benefiting. I mean, unless I'm missing something here, and perhaps somebody could provide clarity, I don't see how the kids are going to win. And I really don't see how they're feeling today, how we're failing our kids today. So maybe
Your 2 minutes have been reached.
One of the parents could call in and provide clarity on that too. All right. Hopefully they do.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Jefferson Council PTA.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Norlyn Wolf. I am the president of the Jefferson Council PTA, and we represent both the Jefferson Elementary School District and the Jefferson Union High School District. I have been authorized to inform you that we, the PTA, voted unanimously in support of this project. It will provide much needed housing and affordable housing to Daly City and provide much needed funding for teachers' salaries to help us retain one of the most important resources we have in supporting our children's education. I urge the City Council to approve and move forward with this project. A copy of the resolution that was passed was sent to you via email, as well as a copy to Supervisor Canepa today. I want to thank you for your time, and I also want to thank you for listening to both sides. I truly feel that there is this vacant space, and Mayor Manalo, you mentioned that there is 16 American football fields from the last meeting. So now I realize how big that space is at Serramonte Del Rey. And that space, I've driven there for meetings. The streets are dilapidated. I was always afraid that I would pop a tire. I've attended classes at the Jefferson Adult School, and it's so dilapidated. So that space that we have been talking about for hours needs renovation, and I truly feel that this is the best solution to help our community, everybody who lives here, children and adults alike. Thank you so much, and have a good evening.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have SV Leeds.
Hi, council members. Good evening. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am with Peninsula for Everyone. We advocate for more homes for people of all incomes, and we support this proposal and strongly encourage you to move forward without delay. I was thankful tonight to see the presentation from the Jefferson Union School District. I personally don't know a lot about schools, but I am very impressed that the board and the school district is doing quite a lot with very little resources. So I think the primary benefit here is really the ongoing funding for the school district. But the other piece that's really important to us is the housing. It's a lot of housing. And I recognize this is a complicated project. There are a lot of pieces to be figured out here, but there's also a lot of process to go, which is why it's important to move this forward. And I think there are ways to increase the affordable housing. So if it does go to a committee, I hope we can have some more conversations about that. But I think one important thing to keep in mind is that people don't live in percentages, they live in homes. So it's really important to maximize the number of homes and not get fixated on the percentage. The other important part to consider is that Daly City will build market rate housing. You have a big number. It's 1,971 above median homes you will need to build in the next decade. So the question you should be asking yourself is not, should we build market rate housing or not? Is that will that market rate housing benefit our schools, benefit our students and benefit our teachers, or will it just benefit some corporation?
the reality is, if you don't build the affordable housing here, they will get built somewhere else. And if you don't build them with local control, SB 35 will take over and you'll get no community benefits. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Clayton Koo.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and City staff. Thank you for the opportunity again to address you this evening. My name is Clayton Koo, and I'm a lifelong resident of Daly City and the immediate neighborhood around this proposed Sermon Del Rey project. I've grown up here my entire life, and I want to know where I live is going to be a better place moving forward. That's why I strongly support this project. The City Council and the City of Daly City have an incredible opportunity to approve a project that provides so many benefits to residents of Daly City, so much that it literally makes no practical sense for any council members to oppose this project. The Sermon Del Rey site in question is a highly underutilized site. If any members of the council or community have been there recently, they would agree 100% that we can improve so much more on the space beyond what it is right now. This project provides the City of Daly City and our community with so many great things. A well-planned mixed-use project that creates a walkable community and neighborhood that is easily accessible to public transit, major street corridors and freeways, more affordable housing in an already expensive area to live, more open green space and hiking trails in an already urbanized setting, more retail shops to keep local sales tax within Daly City and in our community to keep our libraries open, our fire stations open, and keep our social services offices open for our community. And more importantly, more opportunities for the high school district to fully fund our schools to a level they truly deserve, and ensures that students and community members receive the high quality education they deserve from the most talented teachers and staff. I urge City Council to consider approving this plan for the project when you get the chance at the next meeting. It would be a lost opportunity if Daly City doesn't make this project a reality, because it actually provides so many benefits for all of us, including you and me. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Safa. Safa, you'll temporarily be promoted to panelist to make your 2-minute comment.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Safa, and I am currently attending Jefferson High School as a sophomore. I am concerned about the current state of our school. The lack of teachers and staff is apparent. Why is my education being compromised due to the teachers and staff shortages? Yes, I am young and only a student, which may seem that my opinion does not matter. But if you ask me, students do matter and our opinions do matter. You should be working hard for us and finding ways to help our success in the future, and ask how this is negatively impacting us. I have been lucky to have my current teachers. They are passionate and they truly care about their students. I also know that some are struggling due to lack of pay. So my question is, how much longer can they stay making sacrifices in our district? As students, our worries should only be about our education. We should be able to obtain the same level of education other schools are getting. Why should we be getting any less? Fortunately, I have been able to view the Sermon Del Rey project, and I support the district plans to fund student education. I have watched the meetings and I have heard the concerns of others. All I can see is that our excuses that it is okay for us to lose our teachers and staff. Is it okay to sacrifice my education and others in order for the instructional garden to be saved? Who is saving us? The JUHSD Board of Trustees have a vision that will help solve the biggest dilemma. I'm pleased they have proposed to use the Sermon Del Rey location for the redevelopment project. I have been to this location many times before, and I believe it is not safe. It's old and scary at times. I'm excited to start seeing this project come to life. Extended housing, an actual and much bigger community space, and I'm pleased to know the district office will be relocated. I am more excited to know that many deserving teachers and staff will finally be recognized and compensated for all the hard work they put in my education and other students. I ask that you help me and other students save our schools. Please hear our concerns. Help us fight for our education.
Your time is
Our
expired.
voices are big. We matter. Our teachers matter and our community matters. Please
Safa?
support this project and help our success. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Tom. Tom, I will be temporarily promoting you to panelist as well for your 2-minute comment. Tom, you're on mute.
Yes, I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This is Tom Nuris. And I've spoken with you on a number of occasions on a variety of things in our community. Last time I spoke with you was on this particular project. And I speak to you as a former trustee of the Jefferson Union High School District, having served from 1980 until 2014. I can tell you all the people that have told you about the projects that were done in the 70s for the Ceremony Ridge and the Campus Drive, don't know their facts. That was done at least 15 years later. And at that time, the school district was in much the same situation it's always been in, always in need of money. There is never enough money. We are a low wealth district. And when we went to the city and we said, look, we need to do this, we need to build this housing and put a medical dental building there, the city said, yes. We did not run into any roadblocks because everyone understands that we are all on the same team. The people that are being served are our constituents. They're not high school constituents only. They're not the board's constituent. They're the city council's constituents as well. And you know, you got to look at Daly City as a family, and all the elected representatives are like brothers and sisters. And we gotta take care of each other, and we gotta, you know, watch each other's back. And that's what I think you need to do here. There is no splitting the baby here. You need to do what is the right thing. Sometimes as an elected public official, you cannot make everybody happy. You have to find out what is right, and you do the right thing. And you know that some people aren't going to like it, but that's just the way of things. So listen to the people that have talked to you. You've heard students, teachers, organized labor, all of the PTAs, everyone in this community is telling you what they want. You're their elected officials. Make the tough decision and don't worry about making some people unhappy. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Omar.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Omar Rashid. I worked at Westmore High School now for the last 31 years. And it's a tough follow. Mr. Norris, he was right. As I am on medical leave, I take the Mission exit to go to Seton for medical appointments. And I see the new beautiful buildings. And even though I'm a San Bruno resident, I have this proud feeling that Daly City is looking prettier and prettier every day. As a family, as 115 plus thousand residents in Daly City, we have to be united. We have to be strong through the fog, the tough times. I know my paycheck after 31 years does not pay nearly my mortgage. I actually have to come up with creative things, at least $1,500 to pay my mortgage. I put 2 kids in college while working at the high school. I feel for the young teachers. I feel for the staff. I know people that work 2, 3 jobs. I was one of those people. I love our community. I love our kids. And I want everybody to be happy and safe. We have different opinions. I respect both sides, but I strongly, strongly believe the new development will be good for Daly City. And before I go, thank you so much for being so patient, calm, and listening to all these comments. I respect you, I love you, and I appreciate you, and thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Mike. Mike, you'll be temporarily promoted to panelist to make your 2-minute comment.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Mike Crilly. I was retired from this district in 2011 after almost 40 years in the district. My last 17, I was superintendent. During that time, my entire time with the district has always struggled financially. There was a time when teachers were paid in this district the same as teachers in San Mateo Union and Sequoia. Prop 13 changed that, and since that time, the gap between our districts has gotten larger and larger. The authority to fund the district was taken away from school districts. This is an opportunity in this particular project to give some of that authority back to the school district, to allow them to be able to generate funds based on the assets that are in the district. I've heard much about a garden tonight. During my time, that was an instructional area for a few students from an adult school. It was not a community garden. I'm not sure how that evolved, but it doesn't seem that that's appropriate for the taxpayers of the city of Daly City to be providing a garden on school property that takes away the authority of the district to use it in its highest and best use. This district needs funding. It loses teachers every year. It lost them during my time, and it has gotten worse. It's the city's responsibility to work with the school district in partnership, as we have done over the years, to build pools that serve both the city and the students and other projects. So I urge you to approve this project as it's submitted without making changes.
Mike,
Thank you.
thank you for your comments. And now we've reached last called speaker, Warren Shelby. For those who queued up after last called speaker, please email your public comment to cityclerk@dalycity.org to be added to the record and shared with the city council.
All right. Am I on?
We can hear you.
All right. Peace be unto you all. Thank you for allowing me to speak. As I sat here listening to both sides, and there was some joy, there was some sadness, there was some anger, there was hope, there was frustrations, and I could hear the same things in the voices of everyone who spoke. But when adults stop listening to each other, ultimately it's the children who are future voters. They're the ones who suffer, and they have a long memory too. Abe Lincoln said this. He said, "Nearly all men can stand some form of adversity, but to show one's true character, give them power." Right now, this board has the power, the opportunity to make right something that our community has a need for. You have the power, and hey, okay, if you don't want to listen to the folks on the left, the right, north, south, east, and west, listen to who's directly being impacted. The kids, the students, they're telling us, they're crying out to us. They're crying out to us and saying, this is what we need. This is why I'm hurting. At some point, especially right around high school, the parents lose the kids. And right now, these kids in high school are saying, this is what we need. Helen Keller was asked, is there anything worse than being blind? And she said, yes, having sight and no vision. See, having sight, you want to look at this garden that I've never felt comfortable. I've never felt invited to go visit, even when I went to the district. And then there's having vision and having these renovations done and having these salaries for these teachers. Let's have some vision, y'all. Vision is going to move us forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, that was last called speaker.
Thank you so much for all that spoke this evening. I see Councilmember Benaventura's hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to thank all the speakers for really participating in tonight, even though we're not making any decisions tonight. I want you to know that I'm listening. And one speaker in particular struck a chord with me when she said we're on the same side, and I do believe that's true. I also it was nice to hear from Omar. Omar is someone that I have missed, especially during Ramadan and all the things that he organized at Westmore. Having said all that, I want to say that I think this is something that we really need to get a handle on. We really need to study very seriously because of the implications and because of the issue and because of the importance of what we are about to do. So I'm supporting the fact that staff is recommending that we continue this matter. But I actually think that we need more time than the November date that I think is being suggested. And so also, given that we're only having one meeting, I think in December, I'm proposing, and I make a motion, we continue this till the first meeting in January. So that's my motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonaventura. I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Bonaventura. Do I have a second in regards to the continuance with the staff recommendation?
If I may, through the mayor, for clarification with Councilmember Bonaventura, the continuance is to a date certain of January 11th.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
For a continuance to a date certain to January 11th, that's on the table. Do I have
I'm sorry to interject. Is that, you mean the 10th of 2022? January 10 is the first meeting and.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, January 10th. Thank you.
Okay, so
yes, thank you.
Clarification, it is January 10th for a certain date certain January 10th. Do I have a second for the continuation? I see no hands raised. I'll second the motion. At this point, I'll second the motion to a continuance to a date certain on January 10th.
We have a roll call on that.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Bonaventura,
Aye.
Point of order, please.
Roll call has been called at this time.
There wasn't a issue for discussion before we take the vote, and I'm calling for point of order for discussion on the motion.
Councilmember Sylvester, I will allow for discussion at this time, but there was a roll call that was called. And so I'm allowing the discussion at this time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. It's point of order. It should be discussion. Thank you for the opportunity to provide discussion prior to the vote. I think we should not kick the can down the road. There'll be meetings of which council will be aware of, especially when the subcommittees report. And when they report out, I think at that time, as the reports are provided, I think it's premature or to make the motion to move this to a time in January when additional information will become available as a result of the subcommittees. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. May we have roll call, please?
Mr. Buenaventura? Once
Aye.
again,
Aye.
thank you. Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Ms. Di Giovanni,
Just a point of clarification. So if you're for not January, but for the current one to the staff, Rose, are you there?
There's a motion on the floor, Councilmember Di Giovanni.
Yeah, but for point of order, may I ask a question? Madam Mayor, may I ask a quick question to Rose?
Go ahead. I mean,
Okay.
we're on a vote, but what is your question?
Just for the clarification, because I support not waiting till January.
Councilmember Di Giovanni, your question?
I prefer the dates suggested by the staff.
Okay. So there is a motion on the floor currently with a vote to the 22nd. So
Okay.
that would be the
vote. Date by the staff, which is recommendation for that would.
I'm sorry. What was that, Attorney Zimmerman? The vote on the floor. Go ahead, Councilmember Bonaventura.
No. What the vote on the floor is for a continuance of this to the January 10th date, not the 22nd. I don't know where that 22nd number came from.
I think we're talking about year 2022. That's where it's coming from.
Okay. And thank you.
So the 22nd date is the original date that was originally discussed by the staff on the November 22nd.
Correct.
So for point of clarification, there is a motion on the floor, Councilmember Di Giovanni, on the vote.
Okay. I support the November 22nd date. So my vote is no for the January. It's dragging the high school district out.
Mr. Sylvester, Mr. Sylvester,
Oh, I'm sorry. My vote is no.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye. So that is a continuance to January 10th, 2022. Want to thank everyone for their comments this evening. I hope that in the duration of the time given, we have an opportunity to hear what the affordable housing plan will look like in conversations with the Affordable Housing Committee. I know there is definitely an openness to talk about this. This is a very large plan. It's about 22 acres. I think that, there can be a resolve. Of course, it's important to have, it's a comprehensive project. And so I think the continued dialogue is important. And I think that we will hopefully get to a place, but we need more information. I think one piece I said and mentioned very early on was about the affordable housing piece. I know this will help fund our teachers, but there's also an affordable housing ordinance that we adhere to, and that we also need to look at in that respect. And so we thank everyone for your time this evening, and it's continued to January. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 13. Use permit UPR-7-19-14148 coastal development permit and design review DR-7-19-14149 Monopine Cell Tower at 220 Avalon Drive.
Good evening, council members. The next item before you this evening is the coastal development use permit and design review for a monopine wireless antenna located at 220 Avalon Drive.
And if I can share my screen, I have a presentation prepared. Let's see if that works. There we go. Okay. So the applicant proposes to construct a 70-foot tall monopine cellular tower and associated equipment located within a fenced enclosure on the ground. The monopine would hold 12 6-foot panel antennas and would be situated at the rear of the existing property, approximately 32 feet from the rear property line and 65 and 75 from the north and south side property lines, respectively. The subject property is located on the west side of Avalon Drive and is just south of Westmore Avenue. The proposed facility would be located at the rear of the church building and would be set back 50 feet from the edge of the bluff as determined by the city engineer. This is an elevation plan showing the monopine antenna structure, the associated equipment at the ground level adjacent to the existing church building. And the photo here shows a view taken from Skyline Boulevard looking west. It's a photo simulation of the proposed pine cell tower. Here's another photo simulation. This is taken from the corner at Northridge Avenue. There has been some neighboring property owners that have expressed concerns over the health effects of the radio frequencies emitted by the proposed antennas. Additionally, concerns over the slope stability of the site and therefore potential damage to people and structures at or near the site have also been raised. The Planning Commission has reviewed the proposal and found the project exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15303, small construction. And the Planning Commission has found that the subject property is consistent with the general plan, local coastal development plan, and the R1 single family residential district standards, and together with the provisions for its design and improvements would not be detrimental to the safety, morals, comfort, and general welfare of the neighborhood. The city has received a report from a licensed civil engineer concluding that the placement of the antenna and associated equipment, associated equipment is feasible from a geotechnical engineering perspective, and that site stabilization structures would not be necessary during the 25-year life expectancy of the project. The city has additionally received a report from a California licensed geologist concluding that the placement of the antenna and associated equipment will not likely impact or be impacted by geologic site conditions or those of the surrounding areas. The Planning Commission recommends approval of use permit UPR 52115. UPR 719-14-148 and design review 719-14-149. And that concludes staff presentation. I can answer any questions. The project applicant is also here to help with any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Palland, for that presentation. I see hands raised from my colleague, Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. Before you open up for public comment, I just have a quick question. How many are there already in this area?
So there is there's an existing antenna site at Westmore High School. Recently, there's been a proposed modification to that existing antenna. There is also a different carrier located just to the north of this along the bluffs.
Okay, so isn't there a church over there that has one as well, Mr. Balin?
I'm not sure if the one that I'm referring to that's on Westmore Avenue, just north of this site, is located at a church or not. It may be. I know that there's one located slightly to the north, about a half mile to the north, on Westmore Avenue.
Okay, because we got some public comments, and with even a map, and it shows. And isn't there supposed to be so many feet between each one? Is that correct, Mr. Palin? Or
so one of the public comments was suggesting that there was a code requirement that there be 3,000 feet. Upon reviewing the code, there is a recommendation that they should be 3,000 feet, but not a specific code requirement.
okay, so it's a recommendation, not a code requirement. Got it. And thank you for your presentation, Mr. Palin. Okay, that's all I have for now until public comment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much on that. Do we have any public comment on this item?
For those members of the public who wish to comment on item number 13, please click the raise hand feature to speak on that agenda item. For those joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. When you hear your name called, you will receive a request to unmute your microphone and you may begin speaking. Each person will receive a maximum of 2 minutes to speak. When your 2 minutes have been reached, please wrap up your comments. Speakers not in compliance will be muted. Looks like we have 3 hands raised, with Evelyn Smith being the last called speaker. Joel?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for your time. I am Joel Camerata. I sent in one of those public comments you're probably referring to. I appreciate Mr. Palin's clarification that the 3,000-foot radius is a recommendation, but kind of goes to my point. The one over at Westmore is well within that 3,000 square foot. The renderings in the presentation are taken from Northridge, which is way down the street, or Skyline, which is 3 streets over. None of these renderings in any way address the impact on the people who live 50, 60 feet or across the street from this. The tower that's installed at Westmore doesn't blend in. This is a 70-foot steel pole. It's painted with some fake twigs on it. We don't need it so that AT&T can have 5G and everyone can get their text, half a second quicker. The church is in a residential zone. That's fine. Let's not compound one exemption with another by not having a church and a cell phone tower residential area where it doesn't belong. So you set this precedent. AT&T is free to go out and throw money at any church that needs a check and put a tower up in their backyard. This doesn't belong here. I'm beseeching you to stop this project at this point. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Tarna.
Can you hear me? Okay.
We can hear you.
I live directly across the street from the proposed area, and I am begging you not to put up a cell phone tower that you cannot turn off. Yes, you can turn your phones off, you can turn Wi-Fi off in your house, but this is something that will be going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it'll impact the health of the kids on this block. Over a course of time, it shows that you can develop brain cancer from things like this. And there isn't 50 feet
from the edge of the cliff. You'll be in my front yard if you do 50 feet. I agree with everything the speaker before has said. Joel, he is right on point. There is nowhere for that tower to go behind the church. Next to the church is the only thing, and the winds are so strong here that it's taken off roofs of the gas station that was redone at Valero. I am so afraid to have that on my block. We already have enough issues. Please, please do not put another cell phone tower on our street when you already have 3 other in the surrounding areas. I am begging you as well. That is, you have my letters that I've sent. Everything else is in there. So I appreciate you taking the time to read them. And I am begging you, please restore my faith in city council politics. Thank you for your time. That is all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments. And last speaker, Evelyn.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. You've already received emails from me. And in the email, I've talked about the frustration of October 5th and the history of Avalon Drive. I don't understand why we need another AT&T tower when one is at Westmore, like we have stated, and there's also one at the top of Skyline Drive on the border of Daly City and Pacifica. Earlier, you talked about cancer. How would you like one of these towers sitting across the street from your house or in your backyard where some of you have had cancer before, you might get it again. And especially if it would happen to a child, that would be the worst. I have lived on Avalon Drive for 44 years and seen the cliff erode away. And as you've noticed, as I've stated in my letter about all the things that have happened on the block as well. Putting the tower behind the church, it's not 50 feet away from the cliff. It's going to, as everybody says, it's going to cause problems. What happens when it falls and lands on the church or somebody walking by? What goes through my mind. And after this weekend, with all the rains that have come and the winds that were the winds were over 44 miles per hour. I think of where all these panes going to slide off and go to. Also too, I think of children. Children will want to climb this and see what it is. And I don't care if there's a fence around it or what. Kids are curious. They're going to climb this. And what's going to happen if one of them slips and falls? Who's going to take the responsibility for the tower when things go wrong and someone gets hurt? Does Daly City have the money in their coffers to pay for a lawsuit or AT&T? Please do not let this go up. I don't want to see this go up in my neighborhood. I thank you so much for listening and taking the time to listen to me. And those of you who read my letter, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. For those who queued up after last called speaker Evelyn, please email your public comment to cityclerk@dalycity.org to be added to the record and shared with the City Council.
Thank you so much, Leilani, for that. I see Councilmember Sylvester, then Councilmember DiGiovanni. Mr. Tom Johnson, please forward your email to the city clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to first ask Mr. Palin. I'm received correspondence from one of our speakers, and I wanted to confirm you used the word recommends, whereas the Municipal Police Code says prohibits telecommunications facilities within 3,000 feet of an existing telecommunications facility. So I don't see the word recommend in that section. Can you help me there?
Yes, Councilmember Sylvester. Possibly I can get some assistance from our planning manager, but he and I were reviewing the code section earlier this afternoon in preparation for the meeting. There is a portion of the code section for telecommunications facility that talks about ground mounted antennas versus one's tower mounted antennas. And the 3,000 foot recommendation, and I will clarify that in a moment because I may be using the wrong word. But the 3,000, where it spoke about 3,000 feet, was for ground mounted antennas. But for tower mounted antennas, it was actually 1,000 feet. So and then in the section where it was talking about ground mounted and said 3,000 feet, instead of using the word shall, I think there was another word used, and this is where Mike could probably assist me. But it typically in a code section where it's a requirement, it uses the word shall be 3,000 feet. That word was not used. So maybe Mike could assist me in what the actual code section says there. I think.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Councilmember Sylvester. Yes, just what Brian was alluding to is essentially there are two different types of antennas that have been sort of confused in what's being reviewed tonight. There's a ground-mounted facility, and it would seem that this is a ground-mounted facility because, of course, it's attached to the ground. The city council's approved a number of these monopines around town over the years, and we've used the freestanding monopole standard or the regulations in the zoning ordinance to approve those. The height allowance is one thing that the freestanding monopole has been allowed to, has allowed these facilities to be constructed. And there is no distance requirement from each one to the other in that section. And so that's why that wasn't a standard of review in this case. If it was a ground mounted facility, then the 3,000 foot separation would apply, but that doesn't apply in this case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Longhausen. The concern that I have is I don't see it written here or in the staff report that there's a difference between ground mounted and the other type of mounted you referred to. All I'm aware is of a 3,000 foot radius to which I don't see anything. You're correct. I don't see the word shall, but neither do I see the word may. So that's where I'm having a problem at this particular time. And in doing the math, I find from the closest distance to the other tower or antenna is actually 2,468 feet. So that's under the 3,000 foot radius. And again, I'm having a problem there in that as well. The other question I have for Mr. Palin is, do we have any information that AT&T has performed a good faith effort to find an alternative primary location before applying for this project in the residential area?
So as part of their application submittal, they provided coverage maps and the location of other antennas in the area. And there was not something specifically provided about what good faith efforts were made to find alternate locations.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Apparently these codes were written for a reason. And I feel that, any applicant or everyone should abide by the code at a minimum. So that's all the comments that I have at this time, and I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Yes, just to add, the city staff has reviewed the proposal against the zoning ordinance. And again, the freestanding monopole regulation is the regulation that we've used to approve a number of these around town. There's one, in fact, on East Market Street that was approved under this. There was another one at Westmore High School that was approved under the same standard. The applicants being treated in the same manner as those proposals and approvals. And there is no separation requirement that is identified in the zoning ordinance for the freestanding monopole.
Thank you, Councilmember Giovanni. Oh, I think there's some background noise. If you're not speaking, or I think it's Mr. Tom. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Di Giovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. Michael, I just have a quick question. So when you're explaining the monopine, so in other words, if somebody comes in and they want a cell tower, knowing what you just explained, so it all would behoove them in order to get it passed and get it put in, they would use the monopine versus a different type, because they know now that that would be the one that is Daly City is using and approves.
Well, that's true. That is the standard we use for the monopines. It's called in the zoning ordinance, it's called freestanding monopoles. It's section 17.39-160 or .160. That's the standard of review.
So that was just my concern, that these companies will come in and now they know now that if we use this type, then more than likely that one will get approved versus another type. So I don't know how we could clarify that either in language or whatever to my colleagues and see what we can do, because I don't want people just thinking that if they come in and they use this type, then they think that it's okay just to come in and do that.
Well, all the applicants for this type of facility are aware that there's a public hearing involved. Even if this is actually a coastal development permit that the city council is considering tonight, it's in a resource protection overlay zone because of where it is. It's adjacency to the bluff line with the ocean. But even if it was in a residential neighborhood, a use permit would still be required. So subject to public hearings, public input, all of those things, it's a discretionary matter before the city council. Yeah, so it's essentially subject to the highest level of review. It's not a sort of thing where you just get to do it. And I mean, that's why it's here. We went to the Planning Commission, of course, and now before the city council.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification.
If I may also interject, by definition in our zoning ordinance, a ground mounted facility cannot exceed 15 feet.
That's
so
right.
That wouldn't serve the purpose of providing a coverage to a large area. So by definition, it's not a ground mounted facility because it's exceeding 15 feet.
Right. These facilities have to be tall to reach the customer base, the recipient cell phones, of course, and the 15-foot standard is another type of facility that these types of facilities just aren't. So we've never used that standard. We've never called them ground mounted telecommunications facilities. They've always been reviewed under freestanding monopoles.
Okay, thank you all for your clarification.
Mhm.
And through the mayor, from my end over here, it looked like just to let the mayor know, I don't know if everybody see, I thought Mr. Johnson had his hand up for quite a while. Through the mayor.
Yeah, he had already passed raise hand time.
He's
person.
the
Yeah, so he.
Yeah, he is the
Yeah,
applicant
applicant.
also.
Right, I just want to,
Okay.
thank you, Mayor.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's the applicant. So you have a question for him? I'm sorry.
No, I didn't know if you wanted to say something because he's the applicant. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Tatum.
I thought I saw hands raised. Okay. So Councilmember Buenaventura.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Michael, I'm going to ask you some questions about the history of the cell towers in Daly City. I know you probably have been involved in probably all of them. just roughly speaking, and I'll just keep asking the questions, then I'll stop, and then you can answer however you want. Roughly speaking, about how many cell towers do we have in Daly City from the various phone companies? And then secondly, I do recall that one issue about the cell tower, I think it was Verizon, got particularly interesting. I think what I remember of a cell tower issue was when we denied the cell tower. There was some kind of standard that we had to meet in order for that denial to deem a proper denial. And then I think they appealed it and it came back to council again. And there might have even been some lawsuit because of, the basis for our denial wasn't valid in legal terms. Do you remember that and what the ultimate outcome of that was?
I believe that was Longford. Is that maybe what you're thinking?
I can't remember.
That was a relocation of an existing tower. How long ago was it? Do you remember what year?
Maybe 8 years ago.
Excuse me, Councilmember Bonaventura.
Unless it's Verizon at Westmore.
OLM?
Verizon at Westmore.
But there wasn't a lawsuit involved in that one, though, was there?
Well, maybe not a lawsuit, but I know there was an appeal and with a threat of a lawsuit. So I'm interested in knowing how that came about, what the outcome was, and who was ultimately right. Were we right in denying it? What was?
Yeah, that was about 8 years ago. I believe well, I know that cell tower was ultimately approved. It exists at Westmore High School today. That's a Verizon tower. And I'm not that familiar with, it was an that was an AUP, that an administrative use permit that was appealed to City Council, I believe.
Okay.
And ultimately, I do believe it might have been continued and then ultimately approved with some conditions related to landscaping and maintenance.
Okay.
The mono pines around town, if I had to guess, they're in just in terms of their number, a lot of our cell facilities are actually located on the rooftops of the shopping centers. There's, I believe, cell sites in every one of those parking structures, including the movie theater shopping center. We also have mono pines that exist again on East Market Street. There's one at Westmore High School. There was another one proposed at Westmore High School, but I don't think ultimately built. There's another one at 7 Nelson Court in the Ceremony neighborhood. I'm just trying to run down the ones I know out of memory.
There's an additional one, Hyde Court at the public storage facility off of Skyline and King Drive.
Okay. Those are the ones that come to mind. There is a facility that's located south of this site on the coast. I don't think it's a monopine. I think it's just kind of an old school, just regular cell. It's not cloaked in anything to make it look like anything. That's been there a while. 812 Skyline.
Okay. So have we ever denied a cell tower monopine issue before?
Not to my knowledge.
And in the meetings that we've had about the cell towers, have the same issues been brought up and resolved, meaning that it was found to be not having merit that this applicant has made? Have the same issues against this application been raised similarly? Is it the same kind of deal?
Similar issues have been raised just in terms of the radio frequency issue. I don't know that it's been suggested that a the separation requirements not been met. That may be a new item before us. I'm trying to think. East Market, that's at the PG&E facility there, across from the Susan B. Anthony School. I think that was approved without any issues. In fact, there's actually two located within feet of each other. So the city's, actually approved two right next to each other in that PG&E facility. Westmore High School, I don't think there was an issue there with separation raised.
If I may, there was one that was quite contentious at Margate on a city property. It's actually not a monopine, but it was put in a light standard. I believe that one had issues of proximity raised, and there were quite a bit of questions about coverage maps and was the facility necessary to serve the intended neighborhood. That one did get approved.
That's right. That's true. That's right. Yeah, I mean, we process a number of administrative use permits, and the city council will see from time to time memos come into your inbox about administrative use permit being approved, and the public generally, I think it's generally true, does not appeal these. But that's a different sort of facility than this. This is a freestanding pool, so not to confuse them, but there are quite a few of these around town, and but only a handful that are, in freestanding structures like this. That and those all come to you for approval.
Okay.
Or yeah.
And who is responsible for the maintenance of the site?
The maintenance of this site would in particular be AT&T under its lease area. And with regard to the distance to the bluff top and the survey issue, that was something that was also raised. And it's true that survey hasn't been submitted yet. It's not a piece of a complete application that's required. But we have gone ahead and made that a condition of approval that will be required at the time of building permit issuance, because we absolutely need to know it meets the 50-foot setback.
Okay. And then the health concerns that were raised by one of the public speakers, was that health issue discussed with the Planning Commission, and was that resolved?
It was brought up at the Planning Commission. And it was resolved in so much as the city staff communicates as a matter of policy always on this topic, that the FCC preempts local agencies in the United States in their review of electromagnetic frequency issues. There have actually been a number of preemption measures that have been adopted by the Congress, and we're sort of bound, to we require a study, of course, and this applicant submitted that states that the proposed facility, in combination with all the other facilities and as a cumulative matter, did not exceed FCC regulations. But we don't get into the weeds of evaluating the merit of that study. We take it face value. And yes, this topic was brought up at the Planning Commission meeting by a planning commissioner, and we actually showed on the screen. We reviewed the study that was submitted, and it did show that the proposed facility was well below the FCC standard.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonaventura. Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll make this quick. On the same line as Councilmember Bonaventura, remember, this is a while back, I was in the community then, the one at OLM. remember so what type was that? The OLM one where we all came out as community members, and I believe Sal Torres was on there, maybe Councilmember Buenaventura was on there at the time. But I think that at that time, the FTC, they had different regulations, and then that has changed, hasn't it, Michael, since that time frame? That some of that regulation, some of that has changed, where in some cities they have been able to vote no.
I have a vague recollection of something.
Yeah, it was a while. Oh, it was like
5 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it was like, whoa, long time ago.
Yeah, I mean,
OLM.
at Westlake Baptist Church, there's a facility inside the steeple there on Southgate.
Right, that one too.
I'm not that familiar with one at OLM though.
Yeah, a lot of those when it first started too. I know it's getting late, but anyway, so thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from my colleagues in regard to item number 13? I see no other hands raised at this time. So for item number 13, is there a motion on the floor for use permit UPR-71914-148?
Excuse me, Mayor, this is Tom Johnson. Shouldn't I get an opportunity to present the project?
Sure, if you'd like to do so. We had the planning staff do so, but I'll give you the opportunity.
Thank you. So good evening. Again, thanks you for the opportunity just to go over some of the questions and dialogue components that I'm hearing tonight. So to touch on the bluff component and the 50-foot setback, that survey was provided to planning staff. We do meet the criteria, and that has been documented via the survey to the staff for that setback requirement. We did evaluate Westmore High as a co-location opportunity on that existing monopine as part of the due diligence, but that pine tree is not tall enough to meet the coverage objective of this location. As you'll probably know and be aware of this area, it's largely comprised of single-family residential along Skyline Boulevard. And the only areas that really offer suitable coverage opportunities are either Skyline Plaza or this church. The search area to develop a new cell site is very tight in this area, in that the coverage objective is very finite. And in order to meet the actual coverage objective by engineering, you need to be in an area where you can actually provide that service. That Skyline Plaza, it was ruled out as unable to develop a cell site there, just between ownership and AT&T. And so the other alternative was the Westmore High location. That facility sits at about 15 feet lower in elevation than the Korean church where we're at right now. And that facility, that monopine that exists right there, is occupied on the first half of the level. So we don't have the available height there to meet the coverage needs to this area. So we did exhaust the alternate locations. It's just unfortunately this area does not have many alternate locations. As Michael was noting, we are subject to the FCC standards, and the EME report that is on record and provided to the city does show and state that AT&T does comply with the FCC standards for emissions data, and the site is deemed as safe from that standpoint. Those were pretty much all the concerns and the questions that I heard. If staff has, or the council has any other questions that I can answer for you, I'd be more than happy to dialogue on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson, for those clarifications. I see no hands raised by my colleagues in regards to any other questions at this time. And so is there a motion for item number 13?
So moved.
So we have a first, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a first and second. At this, do we have any, no, we did public comment. So may we have roll call, please?
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Ms. Di Giovanni,
No.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, no.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. At this juncture, I am asking Attorney Zimmerman in regards to item number 14 and 15, since it's 11:45 right now, with regards to these two items, are they time sensitive, or can we either move them to another date as we've done when we've had long meetings, or move it to the next council meeting? So I need those two in regards to any time sensitivities.
Madam Mayor, my understanding is both of these items are grand jury reports are not time sensitive. They can be continued to the next council meeting. I do know that and it is late. We do have public appearance and oral communications that probably need to be taken, since we would be most likely continuing these items to the next council meeting.
Madam Mayor and Madam City Attorney,
Yes,
I was remiss in telling you that the sea level rise grand jury report can wait. I actually, Stephen needs to get that out. That is a little bit time sensitive.
Oh,
So
okay.
we can nail it out in about 5 minutes, or we can continue tomorrow or at another date sometime this week. The other item can wait, though, the RIPA one.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe if it's possible, I'm gonna ask my colleagues their availability for tomorrow evening to continue both items 14 and 15. I'm gonna get a pulse from my colleagues to see if they're available. If we say,
Mayor,
yeah,
I thought I just heard that they can do one of them in about 5 minutes.
oh,
Is that
okay.
what Shauna said?
Yes, in fact, now I'm hearing from Acting Chief Gomez that it looks like there's a timeline on the other one as well, but that one could be quick. So we could go, staff can go either way. We can knock them both out quickly tonight, or meet again tomorrow, and it would be about 5 or 10 minutes a pop, but we still do have public comment.
Yeah, I think, I mean, in order for us to go through it thoroughly for those two items, I'm gonna get a gauge from all of you. Unless you guys just want to go through it, it's 5 minutes each, but I feel like with both of these grand jury reports, I would assume that we would have more dialogue on them versus just 5 minutes. I'm assuming that, but I'm gauging it from all of you.
I will defer to you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. So if we are able to do it tomorrow, I'm asking my colleagues if they have the time at 6 o'clock or 5:30.
5:30 works for me.
Okay.
I'm good either way.
I'm unavailable.
No? Okay. Okay. So not that. How about if it's time sensitive, so we can't wait until the next council meeting, right? So how about the next Monday? the Monday. Is that too late for the, Shauna, is that too late for the,
It is for the item number 14.
okay, let's wait for item number 14. I thought it was item number 15 that had to.
It's one of them, they both have timelines. One of them can wait about a couple of weeks. Another one actually needs to be this week. So
Okay, let's do item, okay, this is what we'll do. We'll do item number 14 and we'll move that further down and we'll actually continue that. But item number 15, this is the one that needs to be presented, right?
it actually would be 14 that would need to be presented tonight.
I think we need, okay. So it has to be presented tonight.
Well,
Well,
if you didn't want to, either tonight or this before this
okay,
one.
I'm gonna go through calendars again, sorry. How about on the 27th,
I'm good.
5:30?
I'm good.
Okay, I'm good.
Works for me.
5:30. Let me just check my schedule. That'll work.
Okay,
But I have a hard stop though.
okay, at 6:30?
Yes.
Okay, I think we're gonna be able to do that. So Councilmember Sylvester, are you able 5:30?
Yeah, I should be okay. Thank you.
Thank you, wonderful. So if we're able to move those two items to Wednesday, we're amenable to do that.
Mayor,
Okay.
we're checking with the video tech right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're good to go with video.
Amazing, thank you, Chelo. All right, okay, so I motion to continue items number 14 and 15 to Wednesday, October 27th at 5:30 p.m.
If I may, Madam Mayor, because you are continuing the council meeting with regards to these two items, and I don't know, it's at your pleasure. If you are continuing the rest of the meeting, you can continue the entire meeting to the 27th if public comments are in place. But if you don't want to take public comments, since we are continuing two items, you can continue the entire meeting, the rest of the meeting to the 27th.
I'm looking to see that we're at 11:52 and it looks like there's still a lot of people on. So I would ask to see if there is actually public comment in that regard.
Okay.
So it's yeah. So motion to continue 14 and 15 to the dates mentioned.
Second.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a second. I'll roll call, please. Is it a roll call or could we voice vote?
You could do a voice vote on these.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Now we are moving on to public appearances and oral communications. Are there any? Okay.
In accordance with Brown Act laws governing regular meetings, the City Council is not authorized to speak to or take action on any other items in this meeting. Members of the public who wish to comment may click the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak. For those joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. It is important to note that staff will announce the name of the last person whose hand was raised upon calling for public comment, and that person will be the last verbal comment. If any additional speakers queue up after the last called speaker, the mayor may continue to allow public comment if time allows. Otherwise, public comment may be emailed to cityclerk@dalycity.org to be added to the record and shared with the City Council. When you hear your name called, staff will send you a request to unmute your microphone and you may begin speaking. Each person will receive a maximum of 2 minutes to speak and may speak only once. When your 2 minutes have been reached, we ask that you wrap up your comments. Speakers not in compliance will be muted. It looks like we have 9 hands raised. And the last speaker will be Hazel. Our first speaker is a caller. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hey guys, it's Kurt. Hey, how you doing, man? Hey, so we got a problem here. You guys received an email earlier in the week, and the previous council meeting on October 11th, you allowed a Cheryl Couture to speak for 6 minutes and 35 seconds. So we sent letters stating this, and we would like to speak for 6 minutes and 35 seconds as well. So we need to receive acknowledgement of that and confirmation. Are we good with that? Hello? Does somebody want to confirm 6 minutes and 35 seconds? Because that was the previous speaker that spoke. October 11th, Cheryl? Are we receiving a no or a yes? Okay, so I'm going to speak, and I should not be cut off because the other speaker spoke and she received 6 minutes and 35 seconds. So the state of Daly City, here we go. So the police officers are still out of control. Mr. Allen is actually recognized as a individual that was murdered by the Daly City Police. And if you Google Daly City, California, you're going to find that out. So do your homework on that. So that's all I'm going to say on that. We also have still problems with no one giving their resignations, no one wanting to leave. They still want to be planted there in the office. So that's another problem. And I'm sure perhaps other individuals are going to be calling in about that. And we also have the issue of simply no acknowledgements, no emails being answered. As I just mentioned, we sent an email, no confirmation, no acknowledgement to speak for 6 minutes and 35 seconds. We also have issues with regards to conflicts of interest yet to be resolved, as well as lawsuits to be filed. So lots of things going on here. None of these have been addressed individually, but they will have to be. So I'm going to keep going. So I guess I'm good with 6 minutes and 35 seconds. So I'd like to everybody set a timeline as to what the milestones in their personal political career would be. One thing I do want to make mention, and one individual I'd like to really use as a good example, actually two. First of all, City Attorney is doing an excellent job. City Attorney, you're wonderful. You're doing a great job in supporting the city of Daly City and the community as well. Secondly, I'd like to also recognize an individual on the federal level. Her name is Congresswoman Jackie Spear. She has incredible town hall meetings. She gives away a pamphlet or a booklet on the Constitution of the United States. So that actually covers all 27 amendments. And perhaps somebody could actually jump in if they know what the 9th Amendment of the Constitution is. They're welcome to do so. Send us off an email without the use of any information available now. Also, I'd like to remind everyone of their oath of office. Oath of office meaning when you're an elected official, you take an oath. And that oath is to the Constitution of the United States, as well as the Constitution of California. So very, very important to remember this, because there will be individuals like myself and other community members and the public that will probably quiz you on this. Jackie Spear is incredible. Jackie Spear has town hall meetings. Other members of the community and public have questioned her on it, and she's on top of things. She supports the community. She supports the public. She's a great role model. Now, she's on the federal level. You guys are on the local level, so big difference. But keep in mind that the Constitution of the United States covers
the local level too. So when one is approached by a police officer, they do not need to answer any questions, and that's on the federal level. So the federal level supersedes the local level. So just want to make sure that you guys are aware of that, because it's very, very important. Because when you guys take your oaths, it's for the Constitution of the United States. So learn to read it, get to read it, make sure you understand it. That's really all I have to say. Really, thank you. I guess I did get 6 minutes out of this, 6 minutes and 35 seconds. I don't know what my time is now, but perhaps other members of the community, I'll let them speak, as I believe it's getting close to 12 midnight. Have a great night, community members. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your comments. We have another call in. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hey, it's the public. How are you? How's everything going? So I just heard one of my team members talk. He did a really great job. I don't have a lot to add. Simply, we would like to make changes. We would like to see changes made, changes for the better, changes for the community, changes for the public, changes to benefit the safety, security of our society. So I think he really summed everything up. So we're moving in the right direction. Anyway, enjoy the evening. I want to give others a time to speak as well. Enjoy the evening and happy Tuesday.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Steph.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Stephanie Balan, and I'm coming forward as a concerned community member. I'm Panay American and have been rooted in Daly City for over 40 years. I'm specifically speaking to the development since September 13th City Council meeting, which demonstrated a clear lack of ethical order of a functioning City Council. I am disappointed by the unprofessional conduct, lack of decorum, and divisive language enacted by Council Member Di Giovanni. She had displayed inconclusive accusations of a conflict of interest and financial impropriety implicating not only Mayor Manalo, but also local trusted Filipino community organizations. The impact of her actions has caused more harm than help, as it has planted seeds of doubt in these Filipino leaders and orgs and their years of valuable work, especially during the pandemic. Main issues I'm raising are: 1, not following protocol in place to assess any discrepancies in governing, and taking City Council meeting space intended for community voice to instead prematurely and irresponsibly address one City Council member in question. Although Council Member Di Giovanni may have had all the intention and quote unquote heart to ensure legitimate decision-making processes were in place, the impact of her words and actions has instilled a deeper sense of distrust and political systems. And secondly, those who hold power hold a responsibility to be mindful and educated about the actions and language used. It would behoove us not to consider these systems were built upon racial inequities, so to not consider race, as she had mentioned, is irresponsible. Rather than using her privileged position to unify our people within the Filipino community and amongst BIPOC folks, her positionality has posed a threat to that progress. As a constituency, we deserve to have any political official, including Council Member Di Giovanni, held with the same standards of accountability whenever there is a misuse of a public platform, and most importantly, a rupture of trust, which includes an actionable response to begin with, including but not limited to a public apology acknowledging the harm and threat to accessing our decision-making power as a community, and continuous and more intensive cultural humility and implicit bias training for all City Council members and staff. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Mr. Hembry.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good morning, City Council members. My name is Andrew Hambray, and I come to you tonight as an educator, Daly City resident for over 34 years, and a concerned citizen of our community. I want to address my concerns of the behavior and comments made by some of our respected City Council members in one of our past council meetings. I'm deeply concerned of the behavior and comments made by Council Member DiGiovanni towards one of our community events. Comments that attempts to discredit the event and its significance in our community, and making accusations of lack of transparency and accountability. Your words hurt my fiance and I, and everyone you seem to support in our community. The fragility you demonstrated in your opposition to a community event that had more positives, especially to our response to support our AA and HPI community, is really disheartening. Discrediting an event because of a logo on a flyer seems selfish. You even had community members make hostile comments among the group. It was also disappointing for Council Member Glenn Sylvester to use his position to enable Council Member Giovanni. Association does not give you a pass of support from our community. Speaking as a Filipino American member of our Daly City community, you do not advocate for our community when you make comments just to benefit your political agendas. With that, I say with full respect, be better, do better, and be conscious of our community's needs. Daly City deserves better than that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Christy.
Good morning, City Council members and staff, and the folks who've stayed on long to be here as part of public comment. My name is Christy Kumasao, and I come here as a concerned Filipino community member and longtime community advocate. And I want to speak to what happened at the September 13th City Council meeting. This matter has still been mentioned in other meetings and has yet to be resolved. It was very upsetting to hear Council Member Pamela DiGiovanni making accusations against several Filipino community organizations and Mayor Manalo regarding a Daly City event on May 23rd, meant to respond to the anti-Asian attacks that were happening by providing a community with a space for connection, education, mental health, and safety resources, especially since this has been a stressful and traumatic time. There was no formal ongoing investigation, no indisputable evidence, yet Councilmember DiGiovanni utilized her platform to publicly go after people. It's very concerning that a council member can easily make accusations based solely on perception and not fact against community members and leaders before going through the proper procedures, due process, or formal inquiry. The City Council needs to address this lapse. Councilmember DiGiovanni could have approached community leaders and organizers to make a formal inquiry, but did not. And instead, her actions are harming the very organizations which have been working in Daly City to help the community cope and recover from the pandemic and the pain and fear caused by the anti-Asian attacks and injustices against our A and HPI communities. We expect the City Council to properly uphold legal, ethical, and procedural obligations. There are real issues and community needs that require attention and not time and energy spent on political squabbles. It is the responsibility of every council member to serve the public and not one's own agenda. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Crystal.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Hi, so my name is Crystal. Born, raised in Daly City. I still volunteer in Daly City, and I'm still very well involved in just San Mateo County at large. So I just kind of wanted to say a few things and make some recommendations. First of all, the damage is done. What happened back in September with some of the council members, specifically speaking about Councilmember DiGiovanni's accusations, the things that she had brought up, discrediting all of this community work that we had done, all of the volunteers that were there, everybody that put in the effort, the families that came out. The damage is it's done. The damage is completely done. And it's really upsetting.
the Filipino community has been really trying to, especially the people involved, have been really trying to serve the Filipino community as much as we could. And it's already an uphill battle. And so for this wonderful thing to happen where you have everybody in the community and the support of council members to do something so amazing and then slander it on the back end without any proof, using social media as a way of your proof. And even when people are trying to have decent discussions about it, holding up the cell phone, showing Instagram as proof of things was so inappropriate, was so unprofessional. Cutting off Mayor Manalo when she was trying to call order to the whole thing was also really unprofessional. And again, the damage is done. Some of the suggestions that I do have is when someone is speaking, if there's any way that rather than having the entire council on video, pinning that person's video instead, just like how you do with the presentations, so that the people in the public aren't bothered by people's facial reactions when people talk, or people holding up their cell phones trying to divert from what the person is saying on screen. If there's a disagreement or concern targeting a fellow council member, please do that in closed session. Don't bring that out into the public unless it's a line item, unless it's something that's going to be brought forth. And, you know, I think even back then, Councilor Giovanni had mentioned even church. And, you know, in church, in the Bible, it says we always bring our qualms with people to the people first, not to the public. So I just wanted to say that. I know everybody had the right intentions and, you know, we're just trying to do good things here, you know. And again, with this whole conflict of interest, there is no financial interest compensation arrangement. When you talk about conflict of interest, there has to be a known arrangement, a known interest. And that's not something that was negotiated, right? These are the terms actually coming from conflict of interest when you look at the actual terminology of it. Negotiating an arrangement, that's not something that happened. But I don't know, whatever you guys decide, but I just wanted to put that out there. The damage is done. And I really, really hope that we can continue to move forward to support the Filipino community, the Asian community, just in general, and that doesn't become another issue in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Fernando.
Good morning, council members, Madam Mayor, staff. I've been a Daly City resident for more than 16 years. My family and I immigrated here in the US July 1st, 2006. And we have been seeing Daly City as a small Filipino town outside the Philippines. And it just hurts my heart deeply that there has been a display of misconduct and just unfounded accusations against Filipino and Filipino American organizations that have contributed so much positivity and so much support and resources to Daly City. I myself am a product of those organizations. A lot of those organizations visit my high school in Westmore High School, where I graduated. And they provided me a space to explore my identity, my civic engagement passion, and my political consciousness. Without them, I would not be here right now, 12 midnight, speaking out when there are wrongdoings happening in our community. And Councilmember T. Giovanni, I encourage you to step out of your comfort zone. And if you truly are present in the community, you too should be present in these organizations and just learn and talk to these people because they are doing good. And these false accusations, these misconducts cannot be, they cannot go unchecked. It is a dangerous precedent to set in our council, in our city council, and we need to promote healthy public discourse rather than accusations. So Ms. Pamela, I encourage you to reach out and learn and just study our the history and of our community, because you'll see that we're doing great work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Christian. Christian, can you hear us? Christian, we're unable to hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now? Hello?
You're very low.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Sorry about that, little technical difficulties. But yes, thank you for your time. My name is Christian Guerrero. For credibility, I am a resident of Daly City. I've lived in Daly City, voted in recent elections, attended Skyline College, transferred to UC Berkeley, came back here. I've been community organizing as well here since 2013. I now work for a large fiscal sponsor for nonprofits. So that gives you some understanding that I know the nonprofit sector and these accusations of financial impropriety, right? So I want to say first, Pam, Miss Di Giovanni, I actually liked you during the recent election cycle. And I was actually very disappointed when I watched the video from September 13, right? When you put Escabo Daan on the spot as asking questions as if you would catch them in some loop in terms of where their finances were going, and also insinuating impropriety without providing any evidence or pursuing an honest effort to actually reach out to the partner organizations for transparency. That's very disappointing to see. And let me pull up quotes where you said, definitely, you said, don't know where the monies went, asking where is Saints and Sentinels registered, blaming that money isn't using titles as an elected official is bad, and that you were very disappointed, quote unquote, in the mayor. And honestly, I was very disappointed in you as a constituent of Daly City. And you threw around buzzwords such as implicit bias without really expounding what you really meant. And so, as Crystal had said also, I thought it was very childish where you were showing a phone on the screen as if you would use that as your evidence. And as an elected official, you are supposed to be held to a higher standard. And I really second what Stephanie said. I really hope that you take some time to put together an honest apology, not just a copy and paste apology that you see online, but really talk to the community and understand why the hurt is there. Why these organizations who've put in so much work are coming out here to say, hey, we're not trying to cancel you. We're not trying to ruin your reputation, but we want to invite you in to have a conversation and actually talk and learn so we can actually be a family, as some politicians have said that they want us to be here in Daly City. So please do that. And I encourage the Daly City Council members to hold each other accountable in that respect and go through that process. Thank you very much. And I hope to see growth and healing from this Daly City Council. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We have last called speaker Hazel. For those who queued up after Hazel, please email your comment to cityclerk@dalycity.org to be added to the record and shared with the City Council.
Hello. I would also like to share some comments about the September 13th City Council meeting. And I'm speaking as a Filipino-American clinical psychologist who has been personally and professionally impacted positively by several of the individuals and organizations accused of financial impropriety in the aforementioned meeting. In attacking and vilifying a community response to anti-Asian violence, the irony is that Councilmember Di Giovanni's actions and statements in the meeting and the days following
made against the mayor, the vice mayor, the larger Filipino community are further perpetuating the very same violence that we're working so hard to combat. Because demeaning and disrespecting her colleagues with unfounded claims and without due process is an act of violence. Casting doubt upon fellow elected officials and insisting upon wrongdoing when there is none is an act of violence. And profiling our community as dishonest and insignificant and saying our concerns don't matter when the Filipino community makes up 1/3 of the city, which is the largest population demographic in the city when broken down by race, that itself is an act of violence. Councilmember DiGiovanni, as an elected official, your job is to serve all your constituents, rather than dismissing community members as unimportant because they don't make up 51% of the population. Your job is to bring the community together and act in their best interest, rather than using your position to further your own agenda by sowing division. Financial impropriety and conflict of interest are serious accusations that should not be levied lightly. The individuals and organizations that were accused work tirelessly to serve and benefit the community. Sadly, I feel that the councilwoman can't see past her own implicit bias to notice the good work that these individuals and orgs do. But the thing is, we expect and hope for better from our elected officials. Throughout history, Filipino Americans and Asian Americans have been viewed as untrustworthy, unimportant, not belonging, despite the fact that we've been in this country for over 430 years. So I urge the City Council, I urge the general public to hold Councilmember DiGiovanni, to hold each other accountable for comments and actions against the community. We don't want to let history continue to repeat itself. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That was last called speaker.
Mayor, I see another hand up.
Yes, I'll, since it's 12:20 a.m. and the individual is still here on the call, I will allow for public comment at this time.
Abigail?
I'm here. Good morning, everyone. My name is Abigail Rivamonte Mesa, and I am a mother, lawyer, and have spent over a decade as an active Filipino community leader in the Bay Area. My kids have attended Daly City schools and are current students of Escabo Daan. I am utterly disappointed by Councilmember Pamela DiGiovanni's conduct at the September 13th City Council meeting. I observed firsthand Councilmember DiGiovanni's act rudely, talk over colleagues, and not listen to the presiding officer while distracting from the decorum of the City Council meeting by constantly raising her phone to the camera while her fellow colleagues were discussing important city business. She failed to abide by basic parliamentary procedure. Your colleagues were calm, cool, and collected during their remarks, and you completely lost your cool and were visibly agitated while talking over both the vice mayor and the mayor during their remarks. Your camera was on. We all saw your facial expressions. It was an embarrassment. You made unfounded accusations of conflicts of interest and improprieties against Master Joseph of Escabo Daan and the Filipino American organizations and Mayor Manalo. To make these allegations with respect to an event that was dedicated to fight for our AAPI and PhilAm elders who were being attacked violently is an embarrassment to the entire City Council and the city of Daly City. Councilmember DiGiovanni, your conduct is appalling and you should be ashamed. In accusing alleged wrongdoing, individuals are entitled to due process. At the very least, you should be admonished for your conduct. I also recommend that you take professional development courses so you can better understand conflict of interest, which it appears you did not during that meeting. We hope that we can move forward from this, and we hope that you can change.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes public comment.
Thank you to everyone that provided public comment today. And just letting you all know that we are here listening. Thank you very much. At this juncture, we will now move into council committee reports. I will ask my colleagues if they would like to continue on with council committee reports at this time. I see a hand raised by Council Member Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. I know it's getting kind of late, and I believe that one of the council committee that I like to report out on is very important as we move on in the future. So I just wanted to advise, and I'll see what the rest of my colleagues say.
Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to defer mine till we carry over. Will you be asking for that again when we carry over for the next meeting on the 25th?
On the next meeting on the 25th, if we forgo the council committee reports, then we would.
Yeah, because it's so late. Thank you.
Okay, so that was Councilmember Sylvester, Councilmember DiGiovanni, and Vice Mayor. Do you want to forgo the council committee? Please chime in.
Yes, I would defer to the next meeting as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think in that same regard, with the city council report, we would also do that on the 25th. Unless there's anything pressing from my colleagues at this time, we will also move item number 17. Okay. I just want to, before we end and city council, I just want to say thank you to everyone that has stayed on. We've had a long meeting this evening with items that we've discussed on the council. And so I just want to say thank you to everyone on here, my colleagues and staff members. We had a long evening. We'll continue on Wednesday. And so with that, we are now moving on to staff reports. Is there anything you have?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. I will see you all on Wednesday.
Okay, thank you very much. We are now moving on to our last item on here, which is the adjournment. I think we have one. I think Councilmember DiGiovanni, you have an in memoriam and tribute. I will defer to also my other colleagues if there's any additional ones that were not sent to me via email.
Madam Mayor, I'll wait till Wednesday. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you everyone that's on here, to the staff, the community members, and thank you for your time. We are definitely listening and appreciate each and every one of you, as well as all the staff here. So for those watching, we will be continuing the items mentioned 14, 15, 16, and 17 at our next meeting on Wednesday, October 25th, 2021. Thank you.